Will we get to see the unedited Epstein files? Most of us think we won't, but there is one man that thinks that there is a chance that we will. Also, Trump just released something about changing how the school system's going to work. Probably going to make kids dumber. It's a sad situation. We're going to talk about that and more here on What's the Business. What's the business, y'all? It's your local neighborhood super rig off in this thing. Welcome. Welcome. Good afternoon. I was supposed to be on this morning, but ADHD. ADHD. I also had to take the kiddo to the doctor because my wife said we had to because he was sick last week. You know how that goes. But yeah, y'all. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. I was looking at the wrong camera. It's still new around here. Still new around here. Hope you guys are having a good day. Today we're going to be talking about whether or not the Epstein files will be released to us in their unedited state, unsanitized. I don't think they will be, and also neither does Epstein's brother. He just came out on social media talking about there's a facility somewhere in Virginia, and that they're being scrubbed, and they have been being scrubbed over the last few months. But it's one guy I found on Threads who was like, "Yo, I am a criminal defense lawyer or investigator, one of the sorts," and he gives a 42 thread post on why it would be impossible for them to what's the word I'm looking for? Oh, to clean them off. So we're gonna be reading that right now. All right. Now this is a guy named, what is his name? His name is David Lewis 8. All right, David Lewis 8. Now I've never heard of this guy before, but he popped up on my threads and it was very interesting because I've been wondering about that. And he says it's a good chance. Here it says the Epstein files cannot be sanitized. He says he's a criminal defense lawyer. He says he's worked with white and blue collar crimes, worked in law firms with worldwide offices, and worked as a solo practitioner, worked financial institution cases involving the DOJ and the SEC. He's worked cartel sting cases involving DHS, involving FBI, DEA, U.S. Marshals as well. And he says what we call the Epstein files is a U.S. DOJ file encompassing a years-long criminal investigation into, and I'm pretty sure he just meant years-long criminal investigation into sex crimes, money laundering, robbery, and likely extortion. All right. Now, before we get into what he had to say about all of this, we go find what Epstein's brother had to say. Let's see. Epstein brother says files being edited. All right. All right. This is it right here. I believe. I believe this is it. Let us read it. This is from whatever this website is. I don't know what it is, but we're gonna read it. It says Epstein brother, the brother of late Epstein. Wait, Mark Epstein, the brother of the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, claims on Tuesday that Epstein had dirt on the U.S. President Donald Trump. Mark Epstein spoke with the U.S. broadcaster News Nation about materials related to his brother's case, claiming Jeffrey Epstein had never disclosed details to him directly, but was certain to have compromising information on Trump. He says he didn't tell me what he knew, but Jeffrey definitely had dirt on Trump, he says. Mark Epstein also claimed that Trump's public statements about the matter are untrue. You can see in the emails Trump could deny it all he wants, but it's pretty clear everything Trump says is a lie, which, I mean, you just gotta, proof is in the pudding. After Epstein's 2019 arrest of federal sex trafficking charges, Trump told reporters, "I had a falling out with him a long time ago. I haven't spoken with him in 15 years. I was not a fan of his. That I can tell you," which we all know is a super quadruple lie. Claims of removed Republican names. This is where he gets into the nitty gritty about it. He says here that Mark Epstein further alleged that case documents released to the public have been cleaned, stating that a highly reliable source told him the names of certain Republican figures mentioned in internal emails had been removed before publication. He also claimed the FBI director Kash Patel had played a role in covering up Jeffrey Epstein's death in prison, asserting that Patel was involved in efforts to obscure what happened in the federal facility where Epstein died. While awaiting trial on sex trafficking charges, Epstein was found dead in his New York City jail cell in 2019. I'm looking for the part where they said Mark Epstein files in Maryland, or it's they said it's Virginia, one of the two. Let's see. I can't even find it. Epstein files being cleaned. Okay, here we go. This is it right here. And this is from the Westchester Gazette. So you know they know what they talking about. Please don't be asking me to have to log in. Please, I'm not creating a free account. Winchester Gazette. At least give me one free one, all right? And this is his brother right here. It says, Westchester, Virginia, Mark Epstein, brother of the late convicted. Okay, we got that. Okay. Epstein said he was told the reason the files are being released is because they are being edited in advance. There's a facility in Winchester, Virginia, where they are scrubbing the files to take Republican names out. He said he added this is a part of a deliberate effort to control what is made public. All right. According to Epstein, the files release presents a shift in policy. The reason they're going to be releasing these things is they are sanitizing these files. He did not provide publicly verifiable evidence to support this assertion, nor did he name the person or entity supplying the information. He also repeated his contention that his brother had told him he possessed compromising information about former President Donald Trump. And we already read what he just said. He said he declined to elaborate further on specific contents of private emails exchanged between the brothers, saying, "I'm not discussing that email. This is a private email between Jeffrey and myself. It's nobody's business what we wrote." The interview took place amid political pressure for further disclosures. Recently, members of Congress released thousands of never before seen Epstein estate emails shortly after Republican lawmakers released tens of thousands of more documents. House Speaker Mike Johnson has indicated that a vote to compel the Department of Justice to make all Epstein-related files public could occur this week. In addition to claims of document editing, Epstein pressed long-standing concerns about his brother's death. He said he does not believe Epstein died by suicide and alleged that the federal investigation failed to conduct a full examination. "My brother did not die by suicide," he stated. As of Wednesday, no federal agency has publicly confirmed or denied the existence of a document editing facility in Winchester. Lawmakers have not yet seen a final vote date on a proposal to compel the Justice Department's full release of Epstein's related records. Now, I believe that it's already passed like the Senate and the House, and this dude Mike Johnson, who I believe not too long ago he was like, "Oh, there's no files." He was going whatever Trump said, he was going with it. He has the egg on his face now, so I can't say that on this channel. It's egg on his face, okay? Now, this guy right here, okay, he is Duncan Lewis. I just gave you all of his attributes of what he says that he has been a part of. And we're going to read the 22, it's actually 22 posts that he did of why he feels that the Epstein files cannot be sanitized. So we go pick up here where we left off. It says, what we call the Epstein files in the U.S. DOJ file encompassing years-long criminal investigations into sex crimes, money laundering, robbery, likely extortion, and blackmail. This is not a file folder that can sit on the desk. It is probably larger than I am imagining, but given the scope and age of the case, the Epstein files are millions of files. I heard it was like some terabytes. If you know what a 1 terabyte is, 1,000 gigabytes. So, and it's videos, like hours and hours of videos, tens of hours of video as well. So that's what he's saying. Law enforcement narratives, transcripts of interviews, supplemental law enforcement reports, bank records, electronic audit trails, payment instruction records, transaction confirmation receipts, log of electronic fund transfers, SWIFT messages for international wire transfers, internal audit logs and system records, BSA reports, suspicious activity reports, and what we call digital media, thousands of photographs, both those confiscated and those taken by law enforcement, digital or digitized video, likely thousands of hours, confiscated and taken by law enforcement. And the emails, I can tell you that successful people in major financial institutions that know they are being monitored by the Department of Justice and the SEC will email ridiculously incriminating things. Imagine one email. It was sent because of a wire transfer to an offshore account to an American politician or involved billionaire. On a one high-level officer in the financial institution either sees or is involved in this transfer, he sends an email to 3 subordinates with some instructions and 3 attachments. There are specific instructions on how to name the attachments when downloaded. Let's narrow our focus to one of those 3 recipients. Let's say she forwards the email to 30 people in her department, but only one of the 3 attachments is relevant to her people, so she deletes the other 2 attachments but adds 2 of her own attachments. But, and this is the sort of thing that happens all the time, she forgets to delete the instructions for naming the attachments in the original email. So her 30 people download the 3 attachments and give 2 of them incorrect names. Now, discussion and coordination begins with those 30 people. The supervisor of those 30 people again forwards the email, but the thread is getting too long. So he scrolls up and deletes the original email from the original sender and then sends the subject in the subject line, changes the subject in the subject line of the email. This is important because when those 30 might use that email to keep a thread going about the transaction for months, that email will appear eventually to be completely disconnected from the first email from one person to 3, but it will still be about the same transfer and will still share metadata with that first email. The attachments will have been downloaded to hard drives, detached drives. They will be printed out. Someone makes notes on it by hand. It's been rescanned in a PDF form and saved. The original attachments could have been PDFs, JPEGs, docs, DT, TXT formats, maybe even a few TIFFs, voice recordings, video clips, all from that one original email. And about emails, JFC people send them all day. I think he means financial corporation people or whatever. People you don't need to commit your every thought to. People you don't need to commit your every thought to a damn email. So basically, he just broke down how one person sends an email, even if they're trying to do it in code, it's saved to the main server. Anybody that's at work right now, if you use Outlook, your job has a copy of your email. It's also saved to your computer. Sometimes you don't forward it to yourself to your Gmail. So that's 3 copies right there. Some of us take pictures of emails and stuff. So that's what he's saying. For all the emails, just because they may sanitize one copy of it, there are a plethora of other copies of it, and somebody somewhere has it. So even if they were to go through all the thousands, he is saying here, there's somebody else that would have an unedited copy of it. Also, people do be putting crazy stuff in emails. I be at work. Have you ever been on Teams chat with somebody and they start talking about their personal life or talking about something they don't like about a boss or somebody? How are you like, hey, why are you putting this in the group chat. You know they can read this. And they definitely can read this. They know when you logged in. They know when you do all this stuff. I am in IT, in security. So I'm telling you, it's nothing they can't see. They know all the strokes, the keystrokes, everything. Where you did it from, whether it was an Android or iPhone, anything. We be knowing. Let's continue. Assume law enforcement and law enforcement will read them aloud. We don't need to know about your argument with your wife, about what you had left out in the bedroom when the cleaning service came. Often the same people and topics arise in thousands of different email threads. The context makes it obvious. You could try to delete a name in all the millions of documents and it would still be obvious who it was. So as a criminal case, the Epstein files, if resulting in criminal charges, wouldn't be a paper file. This is where we encounter the relatively modern concept of e-discovery in the legal world. Both the provider of discovery and the receiver use complex algorithms to scan and organize and sort these millions of files. Hundreds of humans would take years to do this initial sorting. Duplicates are determined. Near duplicates share metadata, share subject lines and emails. But think about the one email that I described above. Are those near duplicates? The algorithm will encounter emails with no people in common, different subject lines, and attachments, but some shared metadata. Now, assume that the same person who sent the email also over the years sent 500 emails regarding similar transactions, and the same evolution of that thread happens. He might just even take his favorite initial email that he thought was well written and just use it over and over again for unrelated transactions. Same subject line, shared metadata, but unrelated. All of these emails might contain the names of congresspeople, billionaires, foreign nationals. Blackmail videotapes that were seized might corroborate someone's presence at a particular place when an email was sent that didn't identify who it was talking about. There might be 500 pages of FBI forensic analysis discussing how that email and someone's movements established the sender of the email and who it was talking about. You think they're just going to erase Republicans' name? Good luck with that. I sort of hope they do. That kind of thing always backfires, and redactions usually call more attention to what was there. And speculation is often worse than what was redacted. Now you're dealing with when you're dealing with just thousands of documents, much less tens of thousands of documents, hundreds of thousands or millions of documents, it is not possible to sanitize them. I almost forgot spelling. You think the professional and legal world is full of careful writers and good spellers? Think again. You'd be shocked at how bad many of them are. As we know, I'm professional and can't spell as well, so I believe him in that. Especially when they are packing them into their phones, which is much of the time. This can make things complicated for the search algorithms. So basically, what he is saying is, with that whole example of people spelling names wrong and the email thread being copy and pasted, even if they put it in a special ChatGPT, which they got, ChatGPTs or algorithms and stuff to filter out through all of them, they would not be able to erase context, meaning it'd be so much stuff in there. Even if they took out the names, it's so much other evidence. You will know who they talking about, even if they redacted the name out. It will be quite obvious, and they could attach the context of what people said to times and dates from videos or any other evidence that they may have in another form, is what he's saying. Because I ain't go front. I was like, don't do nothing but erase names. That's what they do. But as I keep going deeper and seeing, about the Epstein files, they say it's like terabytes or petabytes of information. So we're going to continue. He says, in names, especially foreign or slightly uncommon names, people misspell names so badly that even sounds like or similar characteristics coding instructions in the scanning software will miss them over and over again. So even if they put in a erase Senator Pejwawi name and they spelled it wrong a few times, the software is not going to be able to find that name to erase it. So it might erase it where it felt it matched it, but it might be plain as day somewhere else because somebody spelled it completely wrong. So even if they were able to get certain stuff out, people are stupid and illiterate that the names will probably still be in there anyway. That's what he's saying. Finally, this administration has shown no sophistication whatsoever in its use of technology, secrecy, etc. Top secret battle plans disclosed by messaging chats. Remember the notebook full of blank documents from last time? Also, redacting documents is often legal and necessary, but using the technology, you must give specific instructions and explain why. The companies that create and market this technology are not interested in being a part of criminal schemes. And no, you can't just go in there and alter the code because this software exists simultaneously with the user and the software company operating in real time. The software company keeps logs of every keystroke. I know this. I retain experts to obtain the logs of a company that operates many of these programs, like this operating system, and law enforcement. Even when you legally redact a document, there are other versions of it in places you don't know about. Hard drives, external drives, the home laptop of the agent who checked his email from home at one time. Also, people break protocols for limiting document sharing and saving all the time. I was reading about Watergate with Nixon and how he had those cleaners, the plumbers, go and break into the Watergate building to put all the wiretaps and all of that stuff in the Democrats and their opponents' offices, and they got caught because a security guard walked in. He saw a door ajar and had something trying to block it from being locked. He moved it. When he came back, he saw they had put it back. He went in there and caught them all up in there. And then what's super crazy is once they got caught, folks just start singing like birds, and folks had documents and all this sort of stuff. Somebody had took pictures of the documents just in case. So he couldn't burn it. You know, Trump been like, well, he just didn't burn the documents. It was copies of it. It was copies. It was a rap. And it's sounding like that's what this guy right here is saying right here. Now, the sad part about it is Nixon still got pardoned. All the other dudes went to jail in some way, form, or fashion, got punished. He got pardoned because, who was it? President started with a C. He was like, well, if we put him on trial, the whole country just go focus on that trial. And back then, the news cycle didn't go fast like it do now. So this was his excuse. He was like, if we put him on trial, that's all the country gonna talk about. We go look stupid to everybody else for a long period of time because we go keep reminding. So I'm gonna let him go. But I'm pretty sure he was like, look, you my bro, I'm gonna let you go. But yeah. So that's what this guy's saying. There's gonna be copies of this stuff somewhere, is what he's saying. He says some very sensitive documents can be transmitted from A to B with strict instructions on how to download and save them securely, and make sure there is only one copy. When discovery time comes and the contents of their whole server is dumped, there are 30 copies of it. And the bottom line is, whatever clumsy efforts these clowns make to sanitize the Epstein files will not only not work, but will backfire spectacularly. That's why a part of me almost hoped that they try. Fun fact for anybody that's a nerd and stuff: your hard drive, whether it's your phone or on your laptop and stuff, when you delete something, it's not deleted until it is overwritten. And even if it's overwritten, sometimes it can still be scraped by software. Okay. So whenever, the only way to make a hard drive inaccessible for anything you put on it, you literally have to either punch a hole in it, destroy it physically, Or when they have data erasing software and they go and just rewrite over and over and over and over and over and over, so where you cannot get any of the data back. But a lot of people think you put it in recycle and say empty recycle bin is gone. No, it's still there. Anybody can get it, and it don't matter how long in the future, as long as it's not rotted out or something, which this stuff don't really rot out, they can get it. Again, there is no secret technology or AI way to go in and do what you're imagining. If they present any single document as some kind of proof that a Republican is not involved, I guarantee you the authentic version of that document will resurface, and soon. Finally, the child rape stuff will be worse than you imagine by orders of magnitude. You'll never see it and be thankful for that. I've had to view some. I've had to go meet with a detective on a case involving illegal imagery involving children, and a client that demanded I verify that it had happened instead of relying on descriptions. He says, I was 58 years old, and after flipping the pages twice, I closed the notebook and burst into tears in front of the detective. I cried off and on all day. I had to pull over on the way back to the office. And that was the bottom shelf garbage that pedophiles into child porn download via peer-to-peer technology from the dark web. I don't want to imagine what a bunch of extremely rich, privileged, entitled pedophiles were doing on an island full of children and cameras. There is no bottom. Seeing what I know they did would not just shock. Seeing what I know they did would not just shock or upset you. It would change you as a human being. I can't see what I saw that day in my memory. I remember being there and opening it, but nothing anymore. My mind knows I wouldn't be able to function if some sort of PTSD threw those images up every now and then. They're gone. But it changed me in a dark way, giving me the knowledge that such unspeakable things are done to 10-year-olds, 4-year-olds, babies, that they had to endure this, and that there were adults that will not only tolerate this, but get off on it, set it up, film it, and put it out there. It's almost a thought. It's almost as thought it cannot be, and yet it is. So basically he's saying it's going to be parts of this that they probably will not release. It won't be sanitized, but even if they do, it's going to be so grotesque on the human psyche for the average regular person. It's just going to be too much to handle. I had a teacher when I got on IT, and he used to do home PC repair for people. And he told us a story where he got a call one day and the computer wasn't turning on. He said he go in the house and he go get the computer and he take it and he go home so he could open it up, repair it. Come to find out, it was just full of dust. That's all it was. When he turns the computer on, he pops up a file is there. He just clicked just to make sure everything is working as it should be. Clicked open the file. It said, he said it was like, you know how it just say new folder or whatever. He clicked it open thinking it was going to be just some regular stuff. Said he saw child pornography on it. Immediately called the police. They come and he give them all the information to the person, and they went and picked dude up like in the next 2 hours. They went and picked dude up. And he also said what dude said. He was like, yo, my brain couldn't even process what I saw. He was just shocked. He was just shocked at what he saw. And he didn't give us no descriptions. So basically, I believe he is saying that we really don't. It would be dope if it was sanitized in his mind. He says that's why you saw people, even Nancy Mace, walking out of that private meeting with Bundy about those files. It doesn't matter who you are. If you are not a pedophile, you won't be able to control your emotions or facial expressions after you realize what you just seen. Anyway, these files won't be sanitized. Eventually, the truth will come out. When it seems imminent, watch for suicides around the world. I'm not kidding. Ask any criminal defense attorney who's done sex defense. They've all had clients blow their heads off. That's why things feel different now. Pedophilia is different from anything else. It has a taint and a horror like nothing else. Convicted murderers and mobsters regard pedophiles as the real criminals. So these are separate facilities. If anyone sees this, feel free to ask questions. And we already found out that someone that worked where the Maxwell chick at or whatever, that she separated from everybody. But not only she separated from everybody, but she get special treatment and stuff. With all the names that is probably in here, they would probably have to build a brand new entire prison just for these folks. And it will probably be like Noriega's prison, where it had all the amenities that he liked in it, if they ever did do that type of stuff. And who knows? But so this guy, after I read this, I was like, word. And then a couple of people popped in here and had different opinions. This one guy came in 22 hours ago, said, dude, are you delusional? They've had hundreds of FBI agents working for months to scrub any evidence out there that could be harmful to Donald Trump or MAGA in general. Those files and any incriminating evidence will never see the light of day. It's been decades, but you're still all waiting for the unredacted JFK files. What makes you think the Epstein files will ever see the light of day? And I'm gonna be honest, I kind of ride with this dude. It ain't like we just heard about these files. We knew about them for like 8 bajillion years. They ain't had plenty of time to go through them tens of millions. They done been through like 8 generations of technology to be able to get. That's probably why they even invented ChatGPT. They probably invented all this AI stuff just to be able to scrub them things. But let us continue. This person says this. I'm a paralegal of 20 years here with a decade of that spent in criminal defense. When the Department of Justice says they released 20 to 30,000 files, that is laughable for the scale of a case like this, but to the general public that could likely sound like a lot, but it's not. Then this person asks a good question. What if they just delete all the pages where the piggy man appears, not even taking time to redact it, but burn it, hard delete it, destroy the tape, shred the papers, etc., etc.? Will we get unredacted files mentioning Bill Clinton, etc.? Donald Trump won't appear in info once. Is this a possibility? He responded with, multiple copies exist. Remember, evidence and law enforcement are copies of something. The originals are not within their control. Then he said, somebody came in and said, I think you underestimate the ability for AI to scrub these files. Let me see if he responded soon. Somebody said, you've missed the point. These files have multiple copies. There's no way of knowing who has copies. Other governments are in possession of these files. The current administration can't properly file an indictment, let alone track down all these files and scrub them. Then this sways me back onto the original Zoo side, because these are dummies. I'm talking about pure dummies. I know y'all done heard me say, yo, ain't no such thing as dummies. Everybody's smart in some type of way. No, these people have made me have to make a special, put an asterisk by them, because they do dumb. They will tell people one thing on Tuesday and then say the complete opposite on the next day. And that's why all of them got mad bags under their eyes and ugly. Let's see. Somebody said it's just like watching the videos. An intelligent, sentient human brain can differentiate the two. AI works in codes and processes directed by the creator of the software. Its intelligence goes further than our processing speed, but it leaves an obvious trail similar to straight lines we leave in nature. And this last person says AI cannot scrub those files. It will botch the job so bad it will be obvious in hours. I work with AI all day long. It's a reason why they pay it's a job title called prompt engineer. You really got to know how to prompt AI to work to do certain things. You really do. For certain stuff, you can just ask the questions, but when you're trying to get it to do something for you specific, You can't just say, "Hey, do this," because it will do that, but it's going to be trash. You gotta really know how to be like, "Hey, this." You gotta build a foundation of it. Come with some all sorts of stuff. So who knows? But like I said, I do have to go back to the thing that and had these files for 8 bajillion years. So I don't know. Let us see. And they didn't scrub the Putin got the tape. Trump slobbing on the knob of some Bubba out there, whether it is Bubba the horse or Bubba the Clinton. They said, man said this administration has no technology skills. Pretty sure Elon knows a thing or two about technology. Bill Gates as well. Yeah, but Elon Musk is very upset at Trump. So even if he did have the technology, I don't think. And matter of fact, knowing Elon, he's a very petty person. I think he might add some stuff in there. Let's see. Many folks have seen all in various parts of this data, including lawyers for victims and police investigators and DOJ personnel. Any phony baloney will be quickly discovered. It's like a justice blockchain. Somebody said he answered back, excellent addition. Also, don't forget, non-U.S. agencies will have material. Given Andrew had his title stripped, one of these must be in the UK. That didn't happen based on nothing. And I did not know Prince Andrew had title stripped. Let's see. Prince Andrew title stripped. Let's see. Prince Andrew's titles have been removed because he's no longer referred to as His Royal Highness. But his official title as Prince is gone because he is no longer the Duke of York, a title he voluntarily gave up. He has also been stripped of any other royal honors like the Order of the Garter and the Knight Grand Cross of the Victorian Order, as well as his military and royal patronages. The formal process was initiated by King Charles III, and Prince Andrew will now be known as Andrew, the child molester, Mountbatten Windsor. All right, let's see. Now this is asking when. When is this? This is October. So that was what AI told us. All right, we gonna do an experiment. That was what AI told us. We gonna see how accurate AI was, because this was from October. It says, how will Andrew's titles be removed? Oh, okay then. All right. Well, AI might be working right, you guys. Yeah, this is. Oops. Did my camera go out? My damn camera went out. But yeah, this is wild, y'all. Let me fix this camera real quick, and so I can go to the chat. All right, there we go. And of course, the chat is not working. It worked yesterday, but this is just the life I live of debauchery. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna get it over there, y'all. I'm gonna get the chat over there. Let's see. Get this right, Sean. This is the wrong whole profile. I think that's why. That's why it didn't work. Okay, it's all good. I got it though. I got it. So it should work now. If somebody say something. Let's see who in the house and what y'all talking about. Well, I'm not gonna be able to highlight him. Well, gee whiz. But I can see the chat though. Let's see who in the house. Furry B Productions, what's the business? LL Biddy, what's the business? Right now, Trump is even calling for the deaths of Democratic politicians. It's crazy. We gonna look into that. We are going to look into that because I saw that as well. Let's see. Even Renee says they've been sanitizing them files since June. I think they've been sanitizing them files since '87. But hey, the amount of corruption Carrick, Caligula, and associates are on is outrageous. I swear it's just pathetic. 100%. What's the business, Royce? They will drag it out like they did his tax returns. Yeah, they did do that, and we still ain't got them, have we? I don't think we have got any of the, because his tax returns will have to be 8 jillion times big, bajillion times long, because all the LLCs that he got to hide money and do tax evasion and all sorts of stuff with. Somebody said this man has lost his rabbit ass mind. Now he's making threats. What's the business, allegedly, at least? Trump signed it, but the issue is Bundy has 30 days to turn it in. The issue is these files are redacted. They will next say it's an active investigation on Democrat individuals going on, which precludes release of the unredacted files. They do got that. I've heard that as well. But old Mark will make sure we know what's true and what's a lie. Bruh's on his petty game right now. Yeah, this Elon might drop a whole website. He might make it available. If you buy a Tesla, you on the screen you can see all the files if you buy a Tesla. Cause you know they doing pretty bad right now. Ain't nobody buying no goddamn Tesla. MS was designing their perviness in Adobe and exporting it as TIFF files is crazy. For y'all that don't know what a TIFF file, you gotta go. I believe you gotta go in this Illustrator, okay? And these are like the files for like design and stuff. Ain't them the design? Ain't them the ones that just got the outline and stuff? You let me know. You know what you talk about for RB production, but I think that's just the vector files, if I'm not mistaken. Are they making brochures? You have more faith than me, retired intelligence here. Hey, shut out. I ain't know that. I ain't know you was retired intelligence. Yeah, this administration cannot spell nor create comprehensive sentences to save their lives. 100%. The look on Cash's face when Bindy said new evidence is what changed things and started investigations into Clinton, we gonna look at dude's face. Because not only do he look like he is on methamphetamines all day, because that's not cocaine. Cocaine have you at least looking a little cool and stuff. He looks geeked out. A black security officer, by the way. I remember Watergate. Yep. Wait, he was black? I ain't know that. I just think for him to personally release the Dunica blows, I think he's going to make sure blanks are filled in like he did when he told us Bubba isn't Bill, but you're getting warmer. Royce, please don't make us laugh. Man, this ain't, this is not get in the chat. Let me see what's going on, because I like sharing the chat with y'all. Let me see. I think I know what it is, though. I know what it is now. Hold on, y'all. I had closed that window. It's why it is not getting the chat right now. Let me open this window real quick, y'all. Then we go look at this new education thing he signed, and there's a couple other stores I want to talk about as well. What time is it? 4:44. All right, let's get in here real quick, people. Get logged in here. Hopefully, we'll be able to see. We'll be able to. You know what, y'all? I want to try this one thing to get the chat working, but I'm scared it's go crash the show. But y'all know me. I'm adventurous. I'm about to press it. See you guys in a second, hopefully. All right. It didn't crash the show. There we go. There it is with the clock and everything. That's what I'm talking about. Now all we gotta do is let me test it. Let me come in here and test it, and then we might be good to go, y'all. Cause I can't even see who in here right now. Let's see. All right, come here. I'm gonna hit this test. Test. All right, it didn't work. It did not work. I thought the test was gonna work. Let me do this right here. Auto activate, and then take this out right here. Oh, that's what I gotta do. That's what I gotta do. Okay. All right. Hold on, y'all. I almost got it. I almost got it. Let's see. It's feature session. I just need this session ID. Okay. Here we go. There we go. And then put this in here. Why don't it save this? Why does it not save this? All right, I'm gonna do one more test. And if it don't pop up after this, I give up test. God dang it. I give up, damn it. Oh no, I don't need to give up. I need to do something. I put it in the wrong place. My bad, y'all. Hold on. I put it in the wrong place. My bad. All right. It's all chat. This right here. Okay. So I press apply. That should work. Did that work? God damn it, that didn't work neither. This a bitch. All right, I'm gonna try this one. See this one work. Nope, it didn't work. Okay, I can't get the damn chats working. I don't know why, but I just can't. But we gonna be all right. Dot 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 dot. Yeah, it's trash. Anyway, I can still read y'all chats though. They say Orange A has naturally bad odor all the time. He stinks, and that must be crazy because Melania is standing firm. I heard he smells worse than old hot dog water. Damn. Not the old dirty mop water. All right, y'all. We fixing to check this story out. This next story out right here. This next story is. It's not that one. It is. It ain't that one. This. Nope. There we go. So check this out. Did y'all see this? This popped up. The ending of radical indoctrination in K1 schooling. This was from January 29th. Somebody just posted about it today though. And you know, they basically destroying the entire school system. I saw somewhere they talked about they was doing something about it today. Let me find that story. Hey, this is trending right here. Let's see what this is. This is Donald Trump's corruption has always been an open secret, but according to a key witness at his first impeachment trial, one of Trump's most grotesque abuses of power is still hidden behind a classified transcript that he's terrified the world will see. Representative Eugene Vindman, the former National Security Council official who helped expose Trump's infamous extortion call to President Zelensky, is now sounding the alarm about a second phone call he witnessed and says he is even more deeply disturbing and frankly shocking than the call that got Trump impeached. This time the call wasn't about pressuring a foreign leader for political dirt. It was about a murdered journalist, an American resident, a Virginia resident, a Washington Post columnist butchered with a bone saw, and Donald Trump, according to Vineman, sided with the killers. Vineman revealed on CNN that Trump's private 2019 call with Saudi Prince Mohammed bin Salman wasn't just inappropriate, it was counterfactual, disturbing, and completely at odds with what Trump publicly claimed. While U.S. intelligence agencies unanimously concluded MBS ordered Jamal Khashoggi's assassination, Trump privately gave the Saudi dictator something far more valuable than weapons or diplomatic cover. He gave him absolution. Vindman can't legally say everything he heard, but he said enough. The call aligns with Bob Woodward's reporting that Trump bragged that he had saved MBS's ass. Let that sink in. And we know that's how Trump talks. Like, he talked like that. President of the United States boasted about rescuing the man responsible for dismembering a journalist. But here's where it gets even darker. Vindman pointed out that since the phone call, millions of dollars in Saudi cash have flowed into Trump's businesses, his golf tournaments, and the pockets of his political machine. Trump's soft spot for dictators wasn't just ideological. Y'all know the word. It was profitable. Vindman warned that call wasn't just unethical, it may have been impeachable, and yet Trump's closest allies worked overtime to bury it. Now Vindman is demanding the transcript be released, just like Trump himself insisted during the Ukraine scandal. If Trump was proud enough for his Zelensky takedown to publish it, why is he hiding the MBS transcript? Simple, because the truth is even worse. We already know Trump publicly suggested Khashoggi might have deserved to be murdered. Vindman is now hinting that what he said behind closed doors was more appalling. The kind of fawning, psychopathic submission you'd expect from a man desperate to stay in the good graces of a dictator who has both money and leverage. Vindman's message can be clearer. This wasn't a one-off abuse. This wasn't an accident. This was a pattern. A president bending U.S. foreign policy to protect violent autocrats and the rich himself. The American people deserve the truth. The Khashoggi family deserves the truth, and the world deserves to know what Donald Trump said when the dictator called to discuss the murder of a man whose only crime was telling the truth. If the Ukraine call was enough to impeach Trump the first time, Vindman is telling us loud and clear this call may have been even worse. Somebody said, can we please, for the love of all things rational, stop using AI to make social media posts? Like, are you people no longer capable of using words of your own and writing skills? Now, talk about what Khashoggi was writing about at the time of his murder, exposing Kushner's dealings. There's a reason they were all in on it. As much as I totally do not doubt this, why did Colin Vindman wait this long to disclose this? Shouldn't he have disclosed this at the start of the Biden administration at the very least? The problem is we saw just yesterday, a lot of Americans just don't care. He had 2 terrorists in his office, and he was praising in just a few days and rolled out the red carpet and defended them right on camera. It's well known Jared took millions from Saudi Arabia, and that Trump is always helping dictators and profiting from terrorists. His voters just don't care. Nothing will break them from believing Trump is the best. As long as Trump is against liberals, Democrats, they will love him. If Vindman can't legally say it, just say it illegally and take one for the team. The next president will target him. This person says, no amount of evidence or corruption or foul play is going to make a difference. The people must revolt. If we don't stop spending and moving through our lives like nothing is happening, this regime will be too entrenched in every facet of society, and removing him will be impossible. We must stop trying to convince the cult that they're a cult. If Epstein files don't do it, nothing will. I'm kind of with this person right here. This person. And the reason she is 100% correct, because people chose to reopen the government. They was rooting for that because it's the holidays. They wanted money so they could spend the money, not to stuff it away for later or to get prepared, for the future. They wanted their money so they could spend it on the holidays to give back to the corporations that they just these same folks that they go get their money to, they just was mad about DEI stuff earlier this year, but they go give them all back their money. Not only for Thanksgiving, but for Christmas too. We are screwed. We should have been. One thing we could say about them crazy folks from January 6th, at least they pulled the outcast. They got up, got out, and got something. We can't. The Kings stuff should have been like disruptive somewhere in government. Like everybody should just go out. Everybody should just walk out and just protest this whole situation, because she is right here. Like he had a whole murderer right there defending dude yesterday. I remember that shit. I was like, this is crazy. Let me see. It was a video that I had. What is this right here? This is them right here talking about asking the CNN host with the White House in a takeover bid talks. Senior White House officials have discussed internally their preference for Paramount Sundance to acquire Warner Brothers Discovery in recent weeks, and one official has discussed. Oops, my bad, it's ugly. One official has discussed, according to people familiar with the matter, come as Paramount portrays itself as the best for the bid for Warner Discovery after the company announced last month it was open to offers because it would have an easier time getting through regulatory review. Ellison often speaks to connections at the White House, but in at least one of the calls engaged in dialogue about possibly axing some of CNN's hosts whom Donald Trump is said to loathe, including Aaron Burnett and Breonna Keeler, the people said. So if y'all don't know about this situation, Paramount Skydance, if they buy Warner Brothers, Paramount Skydance is the same folks that bowed to Trump about the whole thing with what's his guy, not Jimmy Kimmel, but the guy before him, and the other Late Show guy. And if they buy Warner Brothers, they'll be able to control all the subsidiaries below that, and we will have because everything is owned by everything. Like Universal own all pretty much 80% of the music industry. Slowly but surely, Paramount Skydance trying to buy up everything, and if they get 80% and they are under the thumb of Trump, we will basically have North Korea propaganda TV. They will get rid of anybody that speaks facts or truth. He already talking crazy to reporters, calling them little piggies and telling them disrespectful for bringing up how a person murdered somebody, an American, might I add, when it was supposed to be making America great again. But this is crazy. And Ellison is running it. It says Paramount is preparing a bid for the entirety of Warner Brothers Discovery ahead of a November 20th deadline to submit a non-binding first round bid. The company previously submitted multiple unsolicited and unsuccessful offers to buy Warner Brothers Discovery, which then put itself on the block. Trump already has a positive view of the Ellisons after Paramount paid a $16 million settlement to the president over an interview 60 Minutes did with Kamala Harris last year. Additional backing from the White House officials would smooth over any hurdles for the Paramount bid. So basically, they paid Trump. This was a bribe. That $16 million, that was a obvious bribe. The only regulatory scrutiny would be an antitrust review by the Justice Department. Former antitrust division officials who served in Trump's second term under Assistant Attorney General Gail Slater suggested they did not immediately see competition issues. This won't pose serious antitrust issues, one of the former officials said of the Paramount bid, adding Ellison's contract with the White House would similarly not pose legal problems. That's just how the government relations game is played, the official said. Brandon Carr, the Federal Communications Commissioner chair, had previously told The Guardian that Paramount acquisition of Warner Brothers Discovery would be very unlikely to require a review by his commission. I'd be very surprised if there was a FCC role at all in that type of transaction, Carr said. Though he added he was not focused on the rumor mills around the transactions. By acquiring all of Warner Brothers Discovery, Paramount and Comcast believe they would benefit from greater scale to compete on streaming. Netflix is interested in the studio business and HBO library of movies and TV shows enhancing offer. They trying to compete. This is Comcast, Paramount, and Warner Brothers that they are going to have. They already got Paramount. I believe they already got Comcast, and so they'll have Warner Brothers Discovery, which is Warner Brothers and all of the stuff that was under Discovery as well, which is insane. Hold on, there was one other story too I wanted to talk about, concerning Trump, and this was the threats. This is it right here, and I believe this is what you was talking about, L. Biddy. Trump is now boosting, or uh, one of y'all brought this up. Trump is now boosting a post and calling the Democratic lawmakers to be hanged for reminding troops that they obey the Constitution. And the response is explosive. Newscom is calling him out. Jeffries issued a formal statement demanding he stop before someone gets hurt. And even conservative legal analysts say he's wrong on sedation and the UCMJ. This is a full-on authoritarian meltdown in daylight. Says Trump is calling for the 6 Democratic lawmakers who urged the military not to follow any illegal orders to be arrested. And he's reposting replies saying that they should be hanged and calling them terrorists. This is the exact same thing he did with the January 6th stuff. This is the sharing of the post. So he can say, oh, I ain't say that. But this is what he believes. Hang them George Washington would. And half of these are bots. That's the saddest part. Anything that's in support, I would bet all the money in the world that they are bots. Of course, there's some real people too, but it is a lot of folks we think online are just staunch Trump reporters. A lot of them be bots. It is real people, but I need y'all to understand. We gotta be very careful what we see online, what we believe. Outside of just the AI stuff, like they use this type of stuff for real humans that do not want other humans to be mad at them, would not really post stupid crazy stuff unless they see somebody else post it and be like, oh, well, they ain't scared of nothing, I'm gonna post it too. They'll use the bots to entice people who do believe it, the stuff to then they use the bots to get real people sucked in. That's how they do, and they do that on both sides of everything. Same thing with Drake. Majority of anybody supporting Drake, they use fake bots to say it sound good, and then people who don't want to be exiled from society be like, well, look at all them people, they standing up for themselves and them ideas, I'm gonna do it too. And now then they bring real people into it. Let's see. Serious behavior punishable by death. That is crazy. Donald Trump should keep his reckless mouth shut, says Hakeem Jeffries. Statement by Leader Jeffries, Whip Clark, and Chair Agler on Donald Trump's death threats against Democratic members. Political violence has no place in America. Representatives Jason Crow, Chris DeLuzio, Maggie Goodlander, and Chrissy Hallahan, and Senators Mark Kelly and Elisa Stoken all served our country with tremendous patriotism and distinction. We unequivocally condemn Donald Trump's disgusting and dangerous death threats against members of Congress and call on the House Republicans to forcefully do the same. Donald Trump incited a violent attack on the Capitol on January 6th as part of a treacherous attempt to overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election. The president's violent and unhinged rhetoric against American patriots is consistent with his well-documented history of attacking prisoners of war, Gold Star families, and war heroes. There is no bottom when it comes to Donald Trump. Damn, just like Drake. We have been in contact with the House Sergeant at Arms and the United States Capitol Police to ensure the safety of these members and their families. Donald Trump must immediately delete these unhinged social media posts and recant his violent rhetoric before it gets someone killed. This crazy because why aren't we just like not getting rid of dude? Like, why is there no impeachment? This, to me, ain't this impeachable stuff right here? Seeing this is not impeachable. Having someone who called for the murder of an American journalist and had them dismembered, all sorts of stuff, but having them up at the White House, that don't seem traitorous. Then defending them to American press. Everything this dude does is traitorous. And he's still here. And I'm gonna be honest, this is why I really don't have no type of like positive thoughts about anything that comes out, because this right here should be rocking the nation. All the vets in the world should be like outside. All the current people should be outside. These folks pledge to follow the Constitution, and he is telling people who pledge to follow the Constitution something he is supposed to have pledged to do, to not do what the Constitution says. Is that not traitorous? If you go to your job right now and say that Big Mac sauce is not the best sauce, you are getting fired immediately. If you go in there and be like, yo, double Whopper with cheese is 20 times better than a double quarter pounder with. The hamburger is coming, you go get hit in the back of the head and drug out. It is amazing to me that that he's saying all this crazy stuff and nothing. We are tweeting about this. I'm online talking about it as well. I should be outside as well. So this is all our fault right now. On some real stuff. I'm not even BS. My fault. My wife's fault. The cat, Oliver's fault for being in there. He not outside. We should all be outside just saying, get him out of here. And JD Vance, we do not want JD Vance in the same spot. We need to get anybody in correlation with them. We need to have like a whole new election on some real stuff. This is crazy. It's really sickening because this is real life. They got Nixon out of there once they caught him with all the evidence. He lied and lied and lied. It still took them a second to get him out of the paint. And they worried about Epstein files. This is past some Epstein files. This is blatantly in our face right now. He's doing un-American, anti-American stuff right now. He passed all them tariffs that's affecting all Americans, not only us on our spending, but us on our businesses. This business is going out. I found some articles where some people that's like, oh, I'll still vote for him. And it's sad because they pissed off at him. They're like, I can't believe he's doing this. He said he's going to bring jobs back. And then they asked him, well, would you, if you go back in time and vote for Kamala? No, you shut your dirty mouth. I definitely wouldn't change my vote out of pure racism / sexism. And this dude is trying to get rid of free speech, trying to get rid of free open media, which is the foundation of America. We are not doing that. We tweeting about this stuff. He's spreading stuff about killing other politicians. We on social media. I truly believe like if this was the 60s or the 70s or something, folks would be outside. Uh oh. Hold on, y'all. This is but yeah. But I've been doing a lot of research on American history lately and how we got to this point and about the Epstein files and stuff, right? I've really been looking into stuff and I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I didn't really understand how long the Vietnam War was, how many presidents that it lasted through. And I did not know that they had did a study on it. They knew since day one they was not gonna win that war. The war was more about trying to force the entirety of Vietnam to be under U.S. control, and the north side of it was like we not having it. The South was all corrupt, but the U.S. knew it ain't matter how many bombs or anything or meant that they weren't gonna beat Vietnam because they did all the same thing the French did. Vietnam beat the French ass, even though they had bombers, planes, all that stuff, and America knew that. And every president still acted like this war was something good because they didn't want to look weak, so they say. But no, it was a part of the program. It was a part of the program. The whole American, for like 10, 15, 20 years, how long the that war was. And they continuously do this. That's how we got 9/11. Lied to us about the weapons of mass destruction. And this stuff here with Trump is further letting me know this is all a play. He should have been out. They sitting here tweeting. People like, hey, you need to apologize. Take that tweet down. Take that tweet down. That's what he believed. Even if they this Epstein go have to have the actual details of the kids, I think, to get them weird true to life MAGA folks really to try to get him out the paint. If they block the most heinous of the stuff out of it, they just go use their brain. Oh, just like that white woman did. Oh, they won five. They was 14. There's a difference between 5 and 15. And like old buddy said on that island with them cameras, ain't no telling them. It was they. We literally have a rumor right now that is a video, and it really ain't no rumor because ain't nobody said the stuff ain't true. We literally have an email that says that has the president either sucking another president's wang, or it is a horse. What they did on that island gotta be quadruple bajillion worse. And they had more than just them the kids they talking about on here. Definitely. But he's still in there. And now we all on here talking about, oh, is they gonna release the Epstein files under the no, we need to be outside. All of us. And I'm a hypocrite because as soon as I get off of here, I'll make me a turkey sandwich. and talk to my wife. I'm be like, yo, why aren't we outside? And then she could be like, you should go outside since she's so passionate about it. I'm like, oh, hold on now, buddy. Hold on. You do know Metro Prime 4 coming out in December 4th, right? How about we wait? I'll do it January. I'm going to go outside January 1st after I beat the game. I'm a part of the problem. We all a part of the problem because we ain't doing what we really need to do. This complaining online ain't doing nothing. I'm actually getting angry at myself right now, y'all. The only way we can overpower them is to really all go outside and be like, yo, we not gonna do it. And I used to believe that even with the military, I'll be like, they'll turn on us and stuff. But if the military's families all went outside, a good maybe 10%, because a lot of people I know went to the military and stuff. They kind of hated their parents and stuff. And then I know a lot of dudes who wife was cheating on them with their best friend. So it's a good chance the military might still fight everybody and stuff, because but still though, it's gonna be some of them that be like, I love my mom, I'm not gonna do this. We all need to be outside. I'm talking about everybody need to just stop working. Like everybody, oil people, McDonald's, bus, state, DMV, the airport, McDonald's, Pizza Hut. Everybody we just need to strike as a country and go outside. And if we go tweet, we need to be tweeting while shutting down the whole country, because the country can't run without us. And say, hey, we want this dude out, and they can't make everybody go back to work. Because guess what? If all the mortgage people, all the people at the bank walked outside, everybody, all the processors walked outside, all the lawyers, everybody walked outside, who gonna take our house? Who gonna file the paper if we all just went outside? Who is going to put your credit card that you 2 months later on your credit, if the credit score people is outside? If everybody went outside, we wouldn't have to worry about somebody cutting your water off, because we outside. We wouldn't have to worry about your electricity. We all outside. Everybody just need to all go outside. When it's time to go to sleep, we all go back in the house, go to sleep. And then every day, don't do nothing. Because guess what? If they do that where they live at, they need poor people. They need the electricity people. They need the water people. They need the trash people out there. If everybody up there stopped and just went outside, didn't do their jobs, their lives gonna be horrible. And they ain't built for not getting a DoorDash. They would lose their brain not getting a DoorDash. Dry cleaners, go outside. Them folks don't know how to wash their own clothes. Dog walkers, go outside. Everything that affect us affect them. Them folks ain't nothing but some humans that is horrible people, but they still human. If we all went outside and didn't do nothing, just walked out, we wouldn't have to worry about losing nothing, because the people that process us losing something couldn't do nothing. If all the CEOs stayed in all their corporations, but everybody else went outside, even if all of the C-suite people stayed up in their position, but all the people that do the actual work, we all went outside. They can't file the paperwork. Them motherfuckers barely log into their computer. That's what we really need to do. Everybody's complaining about being happy about being outside after COVID. No, we all need to be outside right now. That's the only way. The only way. That way we can take the fear out of, well, if I don't go to work, I'm not going to eat. Hey, we all walk outside, go to the store. You grocery store general managers that feel like you balling out of control on that 90K, 100K, whatever, but you don't never see your family. Walk outside. All the store, all the gas station people, walk outside. Truck drivers, guess what? Walk outside. Just walk outside. We all eat the food. We go eat at all the restaurant. We take all the stuff home, whatever, and we survive as long as we can. Which then we go start all working together. If everybody walked outside, farmers and stuff, people got you know what, man? People starving. We go give. Since we ain't doing that, we will start working with each other for each other. If our main goal was to make them pay attention, which is, and everybody hate their job anyway. The people that turn off your cable, I used to be a caveman, had to turn off people cable. I hated turning off people cable. Now, you know, if you got the electric meter, they can turn it off, you know, at the thing. But just as it, if the people that work at the electric company all turn it, they can't turn it off. And the people who run the computer that do it, if they start working, the computer is going to eventually stop working as well. Something going to happen. We all just need to stop working. That's it. That's all we got to do. And the people who run the food and the gas, we all start working. We just stop working and sacrifice. If we all stop, like for real, it probably wouldn't take 2-3 days. They drivers stop, go outside. They maids go outside. They nannies go the hell outside. Anybody that is working, if we all just went outside and just start working, but it ain't gonna never happen though. It's sad because everybody's scared that they gonna lose what they got. Because another one of us that work at the mortgage company or the light company go come take our stuff when they need to be outside too. Because we not go the system they got up here us going to vote and stuff that ain't work. They just bought the damn Dominion voting machines. The country shut down. Folks didn't eat, but all of them still got their per diem. I think they get $67, I think, a day to eat. The Congress folks and all of them folks. And you know they didn't leave the White House. The DoorDash people dropped all their food off. The catering people dropped all their food off. Vending machine folks. Folks, just we all as a country need to just go outside. Just stop working. Now I can hear people now. Well, ain't my phone gonna stop working? Yes. The phone is why we in the damn trouble in the damn way. But guess who else phone gonna stop working? Theirs. How I'ma cook? Eventually, gas gonna stop working. Yes, and so will theirs. That's the point. To show they need all of us doing our jobs. And get him the feezy out this bitch. Him and anybody he elected and stuff. If we all stopped, it's not what the military gonna come out and do. What, get everybody? That's not gonna happen. It's not. That's actually implausible. What they gonna do? Send drones out? They sure they could do that. But they don't know who they getting rid of. They send the drones out. That's really what we got to do. We all got to sacrifice so that they can know. But we not go do that. It's making me mad thinking about it because it's not a hard concept. It is a simple concept. We just need to make this country freeze. That's the only way. We ain't even got to go do nothing violent. We just got to stop doing stuff. That's the only way. Voting ain't gonna work. None of it. We just gotta stop. We gotta lose this attachment to the money. That's how they got us. Cause who gonna pay these bills? Well, if the mailman don't deliver the bills to your house, if Brenda in HR or in the collections agency at AT&T don't go to work, if Henry at the electric company don't go to work, AT&T bill ain't gonna have no electricity anyway. And like I said, folks scared because they think, oh well, we gonna be without stuff for so long and da da da. If we did that, because this was sad. Folks be like, oh, that'd be too damaging to the economy and all this stuff. The economy is fake. The economy is us saying that them numbers on in your bank account is worth something. That's it. And they use violence and people thinking they go to hell or anger, whatever God you believe in, if you don't follow the laws of the land. We could literally shut this whole thing down because we run it. They don't run nothing. Elon Musk don't run nothing. Jeff Bezos don't run nothing. The people that they done hired run everything. And they executives and vice presidents, they don't run nothing. They run it, but they don't run it. They don't operate it. But no, we not gonna do nothing. Cause we gotta watch our show. We gotta watch our show, right? We gotta watch the struggle stream. Huh? We gotta go see our favorite musicians. We gotta go visit grandma. We gotta get that turkey for Thanksgiving to visit their family members that you really don't like. Gotta buy them toys for your child that they could be doing better than the seeds they've been making, but you still go get them that PlayStation. Wow. One crazy deranged old white man is in the White House threatening people with violence, having folks that kill Americans in the White House, calling folks piggies. He already said he just grabbed women by the vaginas. People voted for that. If we don't go outside, we letting him make decisions for all of us. If we don't go outside, all of the people that voted for him and run with him assist him in further suppressing everybody, including themselves. Because they think they gonna be free. They think they gonna be okay. I'm really thinking about this too. I'm talking about all the farmers. Just go outside. I seen Orange is the New Black. I watched Orange is the New Black. And remember when the guards went on strike, I believe, and then all the prisoners took over? Sadly, is there are criminals in the White House. Whole felon is free running around the White House. So guess what? All the privately owned prison guards just go outside. Lock the doors though, but go outside. Everybody go outside. The folks that work at the car dealerships go outside. Taco trucks go outside. Everybody just stop. It wouldn't take long at all. It really wouldn't. Now, starting everything back up, sure. It's gonna be a little messy. But we get him out the paint. We get them folks to get him out the paint for real, for real. Dude, gotta go outside. Like that damn movie Spike Lee had about Chicago with Nick Cannon. It was a horrible, abhorrent piece of work. But the actual message behind it was true. If you cut off people from what they desire the most, that's really the only way to get them to act right. And we gotta have them understand that we are the country. It's us. We are the country. Everybody should be doing their jobs for themselves, not for them folks above us. But they done structured the hierarchy so crazy where people go to work and be like, "Yo, I'm trying to get this promotion. I'm gonna do all this extra stuff. I'm gonna ignore my family, all this stuff, and da da da." So Curtis can see how good I'm doing, give me that promotion. When Curtis ain't gonna do nothing but give his homeboy the promotion, the one he go play golf with. Same thing, like when we go to do our voting and stuff. Because unfortunately, sadly, power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. Once you get these folks in certain positions and they get exposed to that life, have you ever went to work? You be at work and a new worker come in and you supposed to teach them the right way how to do the job. And you training them, and we all done said this before. Now, this ain't how you supposed to do it, but this how I do it. That happens to the politicians and folks and judges that we vote into these positions. Same thing. They get up there, first 2 days, first 2 weeks, they kind of shaky, nervous. They ask somebody else, and they say the same damn thing. Now, the Constitution say we ain't supposed to do this, but this is what I do. Everybody else do it. You might as well do it. And now you don't want to. You want to do the right thing, and this don't happen to everybody, but it happens to enough people, and then the system just never stops. Oh my gosh, y'all remember that episode of the Cosby Show when Rudy wrote that story where they was in that make believe land and stuff, and Cliff and Theo was the bad people, and they came to take all they rutabagas, and at the end of the story, Rudy yelled, she was like, stop it, because they was doing the funky dance, and then they was about to start fighting and stuff, and then that was it. Everybody stopped, and then she closed the book, and then Cliff and Claire was like, they was like, what happened? She was like, everybody stopped. And that's it. It was like, yeah. And then everything went back to normal. That's what we gotta do. We just gotta stop. But it's not gonna happen. All the folks selling Herbalife, just stop going up to random people in the parking lot saying, hey, them some nice shoes. So you could trick me into a damn hour-long conversation talking about the shoes, because I know what the hell you trying to do. So since you go waste my time, I'm gonna talk about all of the parts of my shoes that I like the best before you get to ask me, hey, so where you work at, what you do? And I have to drop your bum on you. Yeah, I'm an engineer, and I own some properties and stuff. I don't need your dumb ass program. Stop going out there and doing that. We all need to stop. Even the homeless Ouija man, please stop, Ouija man. The orange sellers on the freeway, stop. If we stopped, these folks could not survive. If the people that work at the toll places stopped, them folks couldn't get around. If they limo drivers just stopped, just went outside, them folks won't be able to get around. If the people that open the doors and work at the security places for the Congress wheel all just stopped, they be scared than a motherfucker. But we ain't gonna do that. We not. If everybody just walked out of Amazon, and this hurt my soul to say, because I got 15 packages on the way over the next 2 to 3 days. But if everybody just stopped, if everybody just walked out of Amazon and Whole Foods, that right, really, to be honest, really, if just them two groups of people went on strike and was like, yo, if y'all don't get Donald Trump out this bitch and everybody he appointed, and we do a whole new election, them folks they'd be like, okay, all right, guys, look, I did not get my packages for the last. It's been 2 hours now. We got to get them out of here. Impeachment. Whole Foods shut down. What? Them folks to lose their mind. Fogo the Child. Folks at Capital, what's that? Capital Grill. All Capital Grill people walk out. Fogo the Child, walk out. No, Nobu, walk out. Everybody that work at a factory, at the paperclip factory, walk out. The sticky note, post-it notes, walk out. All the warehouses, all the people on the ports with the boats and stuff, walk out. Drug dealers that be giving these politicians all of they dope, walk out. Doctors, walk out. Everybody just leave and go outside and don't do nothing. If we did that, I bet you it might maybe 48 hours, maybe. But guess who won't know is working and stuff? Because the folks at Channel 7, y'all need to walk out. NBC, walk out. PBS, walk out. AM radio station folks, walk out. FM radio, walk out. And then we all just keep shouting the same thing. All together. I seen this on a Coca-Cola commercial. If everybody yell out the same thing in synchronism, everybody will hear it and be like, get them out of here. Something like that. Something that white folks could be on beat with, that we would all yell as a country. Outside. We do that. We might be able to get what we want him out 3-4 hours. Probably. The cable man, walk out. Brendan accounting, walk out. Everybody just walk out. We just gotta stop. But we not. All we go do is turn on our cameras, get on our phone, and tweet, did you hear what he said? That's crazy. We literally debating on this paper where we know that they did this stuff to children. We sitting here like, well, we got to see that paper. Everybody said it's happening, but we need to see this. But if that happened in our neighborhood, we been got that motherfucker out the paint. Well, sometimes. We cooked. I'm going to be honest with y'all. We cooked. The government lied to us all day, but they keep us placated with our phones and YouTube and toys, Hennessy, weed, movies, food. Then increase the prices of all of this stuff. People we don't go outside. We don't stop. Folks boycotted Target. Some folks did. I ain't go front. I still went. They got the best tortilla chips. Plus, in my Target, guess who working there? There's a lot of black folks working my Target. If I stop going, they ain't gonna get paid. I'm literally stopping black folks from getting paid. Nevertheless, if everybody was talking about why we just can't stop going to work in general, don't nobody want to go to work. They are able to bust unions and stuff because they know that they can get other people to do it for cheaper. Which it used to be illegal aliens, but ICE out here getting rid of illegal, legal, all the brown people and blacks. So they scared to take that job for cheaper now. But if we all just stopped, because we teaching the CEOs lessons too. This is all to teach the 1% lessons. Because they need us. People envy rich people because rich people have poor people do everything for them. We we as a society envy CEOs and stuff and want to get up there. Man, they got 15 maids in their house. They don't even wash their clothes. They got in house dry cleaners and stuff. They got a bowling alley mechanic that's live in their house. They need people to run all that stuff. They trying to scare us with AI and these robots. These robots and AI ain't ready for that yet. This is a very long, far way away from that. If everybody walked outside, if they staff walked outside, they will be nothing. For real. It's really just now hitting me. If rich people staff, they limo driver, they chef, they ass wipers, all of the jobs just walked out. And they couldn't call nobody because guess what? The 911 is ain't nobody there. They ain't got nobody to call and complain to because we all left. The only people they be able to complain to is the number where the company outsourced the work to India or something, and they call and be like, "Hey, Hurl in their work yet? I was so sorry. I will look into this. I'm sorry you are feeling this way. I will get into it. Motherfucker," and they go cursing because all white people don't like Indians. They go lose it. Tyler Perry, he gonna be fucked if all his bussy providers just walk out, cause he 1% too. All of the horse take caregivers walk out. The estrian or whatever that stuff walk out. The private school teach walk out. We all just stop and really think, cause that's another problem that they keep us so busy that we don't have time to think. And the time we do got to think, we thinking about what we got to do the next day. And then sometimes that stresses out. Oh, I need to smoke, or I need to drink, or I need to fuck, or I need to eat, or I just need to sleep. I just need to go to sleep. We never can just sit and think. Just imagine everybody go outside and just take a beat and just be like, just really take a moment aside, just really think about like how fucked up this whole entire system is. They got it to where we can't say, all right, all us work here and we want you to treat us a certain way. Cause guess what? They just fire everybody and hire a whole nother group of people. Cause we won't go outside. We too programmed in this hierarchy and thinking all this shit real. Cause I mean, it is real, but it's real because we making it real. As I talk to y'all right now, I am highly aware that what I'm saying don't sound feasible, but in my heart of hearts, on some real stuff, like in my true spirit, I know for a fact that everybody did that. We really could change some stuff, but we not, and they know we not. They know we not, man. I'm sorry I ain't looking at the chat. I'm really just thinking about how I come on here, I be posting this stuff about the Trump stuff. Then the more I look into history, the more I read about. I just found out about this shit that was in Japan back in World War I. It was called this right here, y'all. And it's no different than what they did with the Nazi scientists and stuff like that. But it was a part of Japan, man. It was called Unit 731. And this tie back into what I'm trying to tell y'all. Cause this is worldwide where everything needs to stop. But in World War I, it was a secret research facility. And this ain't even no 10-4 hattery stuff. This is real life. And it tie back into what I was gonna tell y'all. by the Imperial Chinese Army. Okay? They were responsible for, I need y'all to read this and then find out what happens to them. Large-scale biological and chemical warfare research, as well as human experimentation, lethal experimentation. This is what they used to do. Activities included infecting prisoners with deadly diseases, conducting vivisection, which is surgery conducted for experimental purposes on living organisms, typically animals with a central nervous system, to view living internal structure. And guess what's crazy about that? When they was doing these humans, they didn't give them any type of anesthesia, because they needed to see how the body would go without any other variables. So they would cut folks open and just see how stuff worked, and then inject them while they cut open to see how the organs would visually do stuff. Organ harvesting. Hypobaric chambers. They would freeze people's arms solid. Okay? And then hit it with bats and do all sorts of experiments to see how you can make it thaw faster, how long it took for them not to feel. They would do this stuff. And of course they did it over here. Tuskegee program. MK Ultra would just take folks off the street, homeless people. But I'm bringing this up because after the war, 12 of the Unit 731 members were tried by the Soviet Union for war crimes and sentenced to prison. However, many of the key figures, including the main person, was granted immunity by the United States in exchange for their research. Harry S. Truman administration concealed the unit's crimes and paid stipends to these folks. And that's just over there. How you see how we'll let all sorts of horrible stuff happen to other people in the world, which we also be funding. We fund most of the wars. We funded the Nazis. When you follow the money, we get hit with all this propaganda, all of this stuff. And then we complain about it, but as long as we can go home and eat and get on the phone or something, we be all right. We'll complain through the day, but we be all right. When the only thing is to realize we really got the power. The people got the power, but they got us, or they got our minds. And anybody that can break that, the Martin Luther Kings, the Malcolm X's, John F. Kennedy's, anybody can really reach an American person, which is very hard to reach an American, to break them from the regular thought process of how we live is normal and good. They got to get them out of the paint. Got to get them out the paint. Only reason they allow comedians around is because everybody be like, oh, that's so funny. It would be nice if we could do that. Ha ha ha, that's a joke. They'll show this stuff in movies because they know that our brains are primed to be like, oh, that's just a movie. They got plenty of books about it. Oh, that's just a book. All we got to do is just all stop. All stop. Let them know we don't need these phones. And I know it sounds crazy. Well, what about my kids? What about my grandma? Ask yourself, what about them right now? If this administration keep going, you can't talk to them for 24 to 48 hours, 72 hours maybe, tops. Because that's what they gonna say. Oh, you go put your phones down. What about your children? If you go We all got our loved ones, collected them together, and stopped. And guess what? It's very, it's not a thing we can't do. Because COVID, we basically all stopped. Which I definitely believe was just a good experiment to see if we get the whole world stopping. COVID was real. It was a real disease. I know people that died from it. I'm not saying that part. I'm just saying we all did not have to be in house because it only affected a certain segment of people. But we all was able to stop because everybody thought they was gonna die. I was scared in the house died. I caught it in the first wave actually. I was scared as hell. I couldn't breathe and shit. But we all stopped though. And we will only stop if we think an immediate threat to our life is happening. We'll stop then. But what's happening is this is setting it up for immediate suffering for our kids when they get older. Our kids. We stopped for COVID. Like this bitch stops. And people who care went to the hospital, take care of people, whatever. Uh what is it? What they call them? Necessary people. I forgot the word for it, but you know. But we stopped though. Everything froze. But nobody died of starvation. Well, somebody probably did, but I'm just saying it wasn't a mass thing. So we could stop. That's what we need to do now. Cause this ain't nothing but a circus. Then if they impeach Trump, JD Vance go get in there, which it's gonna be bad too. Project 25 still doing their stuff. They still are rewriting the history books. Not just to erase slavery or anything like that, but to erase all things, all atrocities that the founders of this country have done. All of these places where the AI stuff happened and all these if everybody just really thought about it like, yo, that my the CEO of these places make 10,000 times or 1,000 times it, even if it's 100 times more than the person working there. That's egregious. If everybody looked at it like, wow, this person made $20 million this year, I made 400,000. That ain't really equivalent, really, to be honest. Because that person didn't do nothing but made a couple of decisions and then just played golf and stuff for the rest of the year. Then they ruined the company and got a package to leave for like 10, 15 million. And then went into another. But them folks to be making that 400,000 or 500,000. A lot of them folks be working their ass off, toxic workplaces, be suicidal. I know some. Don't even get to enjoy it if they not like running their own business. If they employees, a lot of them folks don't be happy. All they need to really do is stop. Just imagine we all just stopped, went outside. Just imagine if we was able to actually really organize, all stop, and then do a goddamn 300 million people march to the goddamn White House. And not just be about the president and the vice president and all this stuff, but like on some real stuff. Reset terms for Congress and them folks that be there for their entire life and stuff. Reset them rules. Because right now, old people is running the country. And it's happening in Japan right now. Japan is having their issues with they young generation, they Gen Z done clocked out of life. They done clocked out of relationships with each other. They done clocked out of any type of just normal human interaction with each other because they feel like they too poor for a family. They feel like they too poor to go date. So they all just stay amongst themselves. And they got, I believe, the oldest population in the world as far as like their population is like a large percentage of people over the age of 70 or some stuff like that. And them people are still in power and they make all the rules and they making rules so their life could be easier, not for the youngsters' life to be easier. And that's the problem here in America with all the aristocrats and the elites and stuff like that. Them folks is too old still be making decisions and stuff. They still think it when he said make America great again, is folks from that went to high school in 1942 was like, yes, hell yeah, give me that Jim Crow, buddy. Them was the good old days. They went and got their goddamn 57 Chevy and rode that bitch around. We need massive change on a lot of stuff that we all going to have to work for. And guess what? Guess who ain't gonna be able to stop and go do that? Why? The old people. It's only one big flaw in my idea, though. It's one big flaw. In order for that to work, we will have to be all on the same accord as humans, base humans on what is fair for a human being, despite anything. Whether you want to chop off your wang, whether you black, white, able, disabled, uh, special needs, regular needs, we have to come with all of us be like, yo, we have to come with some rules as far as how work works. Cause there is an ethical way to do capitalism. It really is. It's an ethical way to do uh socialism and mix all of it together. It's a way to do it. Unfortunately, though, the way it's all set up is just who got is go run it, and that's a worldwide thing. That's just not no American thing either. Like this, the central banks run this whole globe. But if we all in America stood up, that'd be crazy. Another flaw in my thing, though, everybody over here got guns, and all it take is just one group of people to be like, hold on, everybody outside and everybody ain't got guns. We about to take over some shit. We really screwed, to be honest. I did have dreams of like, for a split second I thought that idea would work, but we screwed over here. It is really bad. You know what? Hey, it's good we got the internet and stuff now, cause now it just done hit me. It would never work over here. We are too screwed as a society. We would never get all on one accord. I was reading about the Vietnam War and stuff, and how they also beat and Ho Chi Minh. Uh, he was able to get all of the Vietnamese people to know that they all was one people. Also, the U.S. did not. The main reason the Vietnam War started because they wanted to do elections and they knew he was gonna win and they knew he was gonna spread communism and they didn't want to have no fair election. So that's the main reason. But if you can get a group of people to all believe in something, they can actually do something very, very something, things that feel impossible, but it just be so hard to get everybody on the same accord, man. It's sad too. We screwed. We can just get platitudes. That's it. But we can't even come together, man. So people can't. We live in at will country where you can work and give all of the job, all your talent, all of this stuff, and they can just say, "Whoop, thanks, see you later, bye. It's fine, it's nice. Here's 2 weeks severance package. Thanks for the 30 years you worked here, buddy." They getting rid of all the programs for any type of safety net for somebody. And these corporations got rid of all of the programs for safety nets for people. We take our retirement based on the stock market. Instead of them taking all them billions of profits and just putting money aside for everybody and stopping continuously firing people as they move up the scale of income and be like, oh, all right, it is 200 employees here that can pay all their bills and have enough money to go to the movies. We got to get rid of them motherfuckers. Yeah, you know they got full benefits and stuff, right? Yeah. Yeah, we got to get rid of them first. Then hire a bunch of new people that don't know how good it was before. And they just continue that cycle. That's why they will never do that. But that should be wrong. Back in the 60s and 50s for a short period of time, you could get you a job, had a pension, they cared about the workers for the most part. I'm not gonna say we are totally screwed, but we screwed, man. We are screwed. Boy, and especially once the media start changing. They start changing history, they changing our language, they changing all sorts of stuff, man. I wish I could be positive. I really want to be positive. I started this off when I first got on here. I was like, yo, we gonna talk about how it's no way you can be screwed and we go get the truth. We not gonna get everything. They be hiding stuff for years and years and years. They still telling us you don't. There's only one bullet shot of JFK. Sorry. Yeah, the government, CIA. Sure, we got all this paperwork on Malcolm and Martin, but it wasn't us. Was not. We had nothing to do with that. 9/11. Yeah, of course we had air traffic control and we saw the planes going way out of whack, but we didn't send nobody to really stop nothing because they just did it so fast. It was just they will lie to us in our face all day long. Both sides. Let me look at these chats, man. If y'all still here. Let's see. I'm so sorry for the but damn truth, goddamn it. That's what it is. Some scientists who worked with and for the Nazis ended up working with America. Yeah, and they set them up for life over here. Not to mention all of the people that got reparations over here. And some of the people that got reparations over here, America didn't do nothing out. Well, check this out. A lot of the reparations is stuff that America did that they just didn't tell the rest of the company about. Because some people be like, well, that stuff happened over there, or America didn't have nothing to do with that. America has something to do with 99 of the atrocities that have happened over the world, period. In conjunction with all the world banks. Cause don't nobody ain't it crazy how we all know that we sell weapons to people that's supposed to be our enemies? We sell weapons to people where we'll sell them weapons and then they'll say, oh well, they using the weapons they bought from us to go do bad stuff. We about to go to war with them. While we going to war with them, we still be selling them weapons on the back end. This shit wow. I would say the Tuskegee Airmen are an example of government testing here. Yeah, that's just a smidge. That's just a smidge that we know about. They test. You want to know the most widespread government testing? The military. I got so many friends that say they got injected with something, and I know some people can't have kids. Some people it gave them chronic diseases. Some people got to pop life altering pills forever, got to take insulin forever. They ain't have no problems before they went in, and they know it was the pill. They know it was the shot. They know it was that. They do the same thing in the prison system. They still do it openly. We still doing it. Remember when Prince used to talk about the dangers of chemtrails on inner city neighborhoods? People thought he was nuts. Yeah. Yeah. Numerous involuntary hysterectomies were performed on detained immigrants and mostly black women. Yes. And this thing, they experiment on everyone, but they definitely experiment on others and us because they want, how this work? How this man? That Get Out was such way deeper than just what the movie was. That's some real. They really be researching melanin and stuff like that on some real stuff. Also, check out Mississippi appendectomy and eugenics program. Yep. And to this, and the eugenics stuff, which was research that they brought over from the Nazis as well. And to this day, medical professionals don't believe black people can tolerate more. Don't believe black people can tolerate more pain than white people. They don't, or they do. I was under the impression they thought that we could. They thought we was like horses and stuff. I was thinking about that the other day. I can't wait till one day somebody come up with some way to really get how animal, because ain't no way in the world horses are not just pissed off. But I guess if it ain't bucking and stuff, apparently, because I know some horse whisperer folks and stuff, and I've been around them, but it's just, I just don't feel like horses want to be rode. I just don't think they do. But they look at us as the horse, where they ain't handle it. So we actually be like, yo, I don't like this. And they be like, shut the fuck up. Who's Zoe? Hey, Big Zoe in the house. What's the business, Big Zoe, man? Welcome over here to the Depression Olympics and shit. While I come over here and want to give everybody some hope for the future. Pac said it. The truth is, ain't no hope for the future, damn it. That's why you kind of do got to enjoy life, and make sure your cipher, your circle is good. Because as a group, it's messed up. It's really messed up. And I wish people really would go into the Project 25 stuff, because I think they 40%, 48%. Let's see, Project 25 tracker. Let's see where they at right now. Let's see. They are, they still at 48%. They got 319 objectives. 34 agencies involved. And it's still 1,156 days, 16 hours, and 50 minutes left of this administration, possibly. And it's just got all the policies. Cut the budget of the U.S. aid. Rescind U.S. aid policies that address climate change and help countries transition away from fossil fuels. Of course, they not gonna do that because we're oil barons. Anybody been to Germany and stuff, or places where they actually use wind energy? The air tastes better over there. It tastes good. Passing them big ass damn wind turbines. But we ain't never gonna get that over here. And then I ain't gonna lie, I'm so paranoid now. I'm like, man, who the hell is coming with these trackers? Think these track they put the trackers out not for us to keep track and be like, hey, you gotta be not so they using this to remind us, we did 50% of the shit we said we was gonna do in 1 year. Stop federal funding for NPR and PBS. They completed that July 18th. Shout out to PBS. I bought this shirt because of that. PBS raised me while my mama was at work. White House used government contracts to push back against woke policies in corporate America. Issue an executive order to reshape the U.S. Global Change Research Program. Give political appointees the power to personally review and authorize appropriated funding. And then they did that, and those unilaterally cut programs funded by Congress, and then kicked the Doge boy out after they finished. What's in progress? Impose relatively high tariffs on countries that have relatively large trade deficits. So I guess they still working on that. And they want to remove the words sexual orientation and gender identity, diversity, equity, and inclusion, abortion, reproductive health, and gender equality from every let's see, this page 4. Let's see, gender equality. Where is it at? They want to remove all of these terms. The next conservative president must make the institutions of American civil society hard targets for woke culture warriors. This starts with deleting, and they said the next conservative American president must. This starts with deleting the term sexual orientation and gender identity, diversity, equity, and inclusion. DEI. Gender equality. Gender equality. Gender equity, gender awareness, gender sensitive, abortion, reproductive health, reproductive rights, and any other term used to deprive Americans of their First Amendment rights. How do these terms deprive anybody of their? Removing those terms is the deprivation, if that's a word, of our First Amendment rights. Then they get to talk about pornography manifested today in the omnipresent propagation of transgender ideology and sexualization of children, for instance, is not a political guardian, not inextricably bonded up desperate claims about free speech. What? It has no claim to free speech. Bro, then they want to talk about the sexualization of children, but the president was hanging out with a child sex trafficker. Dude. Read Medical Apartheid by Harriet Washington. And shout out to the books y'all putting out here. We need to put these in here. Black women were tortured for modern gynecology. Harrietta Lacks and other nonsense is the reason a lot of older people in Baltimore don't F with John Hopkins, which is like a double win for them because they got black people scared to go to the hospital for good reason though. But everybody need to go to the hospital from time to time. Same thing with like the police. We are afraid to call the police with good reason. Because the police was created to, first of all, the police was created to help rich people protect their shit and keep niggas out. This is the top two origins of the police in general. But these are social services that they make people afraid of to go to you because out of fear of being treated a certain kind of way. Which the people who actually follow through and not go out of the fear is what they want. And it's crazy. And they said this is a perfect system to set this up. Also, be mindful of all government politicians that have APAC money as well. Yes, and that's a whole nother that's another um rabbit hole I've been going down because we people don't understand because they use these blanket statements like all the Jews is this and all the Jews is that, and then I started doing some research. I didn't even know it was a difference between just Israelis and then actual just religious Jewish people, then Zionist Jews, then Zionist Christianity. I've been going down these rabbit holes, and the Israeli people want Israel to be there just because they want a place they can run. But the religious people, the ones that's just purely on religion, don't. The Zionist ones feel that the God made a covenant and that Israel is supposed to be theirs just by because God said, and want to get rid of that Islamic mosque and build a third temple of Jerusalem, right? And they want to do it on some purely, we guys, people for real. And so screw everybody else. But just regular religious Jews don't feel like it should be done the way that the Zionist Jews are doing it. It's like, nah, like it's the Messiah go come and he go do it in his own time and God's will and stuff. Y'all trying to force it to go. And the Zionist Christians ride with the Zionist the Zionist Jewish people, and also found out that Jews it's two separate kind of Jews. You got the Jews that look at themselves from just the religious part where you can actually you can convert and be a Jew. But then you got the people that look at it from just the ethnic part of it, like the feature part of it. Like you got to look a certain way type of stuff to where it is almost like a race. And them don't even really care about the religious side of it. They want the state. They want to take Israel just to take it. Also, it is the center of everything is geographically. Israel and all that area of the world is very important, not just out of religious but out of trade and all sorts of stuff. But the stuff gets so deep, and the APAC was actually created because there was I forgot, it had a name that had Jewish in it originally, but they was getting funded directly from other foreign places, right? And then using that money to what's the word I'm looking for? To change U.S. law and stuff, right? Get legislation passed, all that stuff. And it was a law to where you couldn't do that, where you had to register that you are a foreign interest and make everything where you get your money all had to be visible, right? So they shuttered that and then created the American Israeli public whatever blah blah blah, and claimed that they wouldn't get no money from anybody overseas. It's just people here, so that they wouldn't have to show any records of where they funding come from. and they wouldn't have to abide by any of the transparency laws and stuff. And it's way deeper than rap. It is way deeper than rap. Cause it's just further than what people think it is. On some real life, it's some real life folks on some real religious stuff a part of it. Then there's some folks that ain't a part of the religion part, and it all intertwined in this real crazy way. But even forget the APEC and all of that stuff. The World Banks that's set up around, it's like what, 13 of them, and then there's one that's called the IBC, which is the main one, and how the whole world is set up. Because I don't know if everybody knows this or not, we live in a debt-based society, and any country or civilization that's tried to get away from that, Gaddafi and many others, many others, they go get rid of them. However, right now, China have been just getting all their gold and hoarding their gold together, and America has been secretly. We had most of our gold over in London and stuff. They've been flying gold over in London back over to America for years and stuff. What they preparing for, I don't know. But China just opened a new market for gold over there. And China, I think Russia and a couple other countries is all like, you know what? We gonna get off of this petrodollar. And what's crazy is all of the tariff stuff with Trump doing this stuff is accelerating it. However, him all in the bed with the Saudis and stuff like that, who are they paying him and stuff like that as well. It's just all jacked up how all of this stuff go, but it's still the same people that get paid from all of this stuff, no matter what. And they all in the top 1%, and all these top 1%er peoples go be okay. We just the pawns that's got to deal with the outcome of them and they checkerboard, chessboard they got. We all the rest of the people, 99% of the population, we just objects. Which goes to a whole nother thing, which is why I've been reading this book right here. Because it's way deeper than rap. That's why I've been telling y'all, I've been talking about so much about this material world we in. Because that's why they run it. They run it because it is a material world. It's all matter. Matter is the lowest vibration. It's the lowest frequency. It's like if you know about frequencies of bass is a big, fat, stretched out frequency, but it's low. Matter itself is the lowest. That's lower than bass. High frequencies move very, 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 very fast. We as human beings and this earth itself is the lowest of frequencies. Which means whatever created us and everything in existence outside of what we can even fathom are at the highest frequencies that we can't even comprehend. That's why they be over there playing with trying to smash atoms together and all of that stuff. Because at the end of the day, in our reality, this world that we in, it's really it's a piece of shit. Be honest. But it was designed to be. But they took parts of the Bible out to make us feel like this is supposed to be the end all be all. That's why they have people are scared of the only one thing that all humans are guaranteed to do. And that always messed with me. I was like, why? If we guaranteed to die, why are people scared of? Why they teach us to be scared of? And they teach it as it's a sad thing. If that's the only thing that we are guaranteed. And then I started reading around stuff and I ran into some stuff that made it all make sense to me. Which that's definitely some membership stuff because that's too much. It's too much. It's too deep. It really ain't too deep. It's really basic, simple. Earth is a prison, and death is the escape of this motherfucker. But they need us down here, so they trick people into thinking that this is where it's all happening at, and they get us addicted to this place with our five senses in this very low frequency meat sack of a body, and make people fear passing away, saying, "Oh, it's a hell," but then they say it's a heaven. But since everybody born into the sin, most people, if you ask most people, they think they're gonna go to hell. So they are very scared to die. And to not go to hell, they will go give money to churches. Because if you give the money, you go get back tenfold. You're gonna be blessed beyond measure. Materially though. Because God in the Bible, he said you don't care about no money. You can't pay your way into heaven. A rich man getting into heaven is about the same chance as a camel going through the eye of a needle or something like that. But what they call heaven is not what they have everybody thinking. They really got people thinking it's a place. They got us thinking that the main thing that created us operate on this plane like this. People think they go get their bodies back. That's why a lot of people feel like they don't need to get cremated. Like, yeah, you don't need to cremate because when you go raise the bodies back up. Like, word. And that made me start thinking, so is the person they be talking about in here? Is he good? The person that created this earth? Then you start breaking down the first testament versus the second testament. And you see the difference. You start asking more questions. You start looking deeper and deeper. Looking just, because they say if you search, you shall find. Then I started finding answers that really clicked and made sense to me. Which, if y'all watch the other channel, that's why I always say I'm not even here no more. I'm here, but I'm not really here no more. That's why I can't sit and be like, hey, y'all, if we work real hard and stuff and let's go work out. I always go back to it is destined for this place to be screwed up. Because it is. That's the nature of this place. Because it was designed like that by the entity that created it. And the entity that created it and us was created by something else that is everything. And that's where you lose people. Once you say that, they're like, oh, that's blasphemy, hearsay, da 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 da. And you be like, okay. But if somebody be like, what you mean? Well, you got a chance to kind of go deeper with them. But that's my biggest issue right now. I don't know why I'm saying all this stuff on this channel. I do not know. But it's just in me to say all this stuff right now. But that I want y'all to know that it explains why I'm the way that I am. Because this stuff don't matter. Not in the grand scheme of things. That's why I be talking so crazy on the YouTube and stuff. Because I'm going to need the YouTube. We need money and stuff. But in my brain, I really don't care at a base level. Hey, it's leader all the time. It's off in this thing. What's the business? Hold on. And thank you for the super chat. Let me see what he said in here. Cause it got rid of my damn thing. And it sucks because I know I'm gonna lose people. But it's been in me to say this stuff lately and not care about the consequences, the earthly consequences at least. I don't. I want people to really kind of wake up to this situation that we in, so they are not stressed, because our souls shouldn't be stressed. Me, if I were a church leader or a religious leader in any practice, I'd have to be a benefactor, give to my community, all are welcome. Yes. Yeah, you would think it would work like that, and for some it works like that. But to be perfectly honest with y'all, we gotta the shit I'm talking about, they literally killed groups of people for talking like this, or suppressed them, or made them feel crazy back in the day. It's somebody I want y'all, if y'all ever get some time, it's a predictive history. It's this guy, this Asian professor. He teach a goddamn class. This is a high school class in China he teaches. Okay? If y'all ever get some time, y'all ever bored, go check out this dude, because he talks about history. Real life history. Not no made up stuff, nothing. You all verifiably check everything he talk about. He a real life teacher. He went to Yale, all sorts of stuff. And he talks about everything from a perspective. He's able to talk about the stuff that we be talking about, where it is not like no tinfoil stuff. Like, it literally, you can track it all. I'm not eloquent enough to really kind of say stuff, but he does. If y'all ever get bored, go check him out. And there's a lot of stuff I've been. He talk about the Jews and the way APAC and Zionists and Zionism and all that. He talks about everything, but he talks about the Yale and Harvard and his how he went through it. And if you do your research on this dude, he is well vetted, well respected, and worked at some big places, made a lot of money. He just now he just wanted to teach the children and teach his kids and live simple. But yeah, we screw as on this plane of Earth and how they got us thinking stuff work. Technically, everybody's screwed unless you free mentally. If you are free mentally, everything gonna be okay. You gonna be okay. I really believe that's what Kendrick really be talking about in his music on certain levels. Like I said, I don't listen to all of it, but the way he move, he understands that this here, this ain't it. He understands that all of this is trappings. What people look at luxury is trapping of this earth. That's really what it is. That's why so many people get all of their money and feel emptied in a motherfucker. And it ain't all about, oh, you need to have a family. It ain't even about having a family or having kids or none of that. It's about truly connecting with the true source, not what they tell us it is. But like I always say, they don't let us sit down enough to be quiet to be able to connect with it. It's a luxury to be quiet. That's why rich people, and I always tell people this, I'm like, yo, when what really rich people do, what do? They pay hundreds of $1,000s to them gurus to go sit in the mountains, and what the gurus tell them to do? Nothing. Sit and be still for a reason. They tell them that for a reason. And it's various reasons. Because it's two ways that you can operate down here. You can either operate down here to excel down here, or you can operate down here to leave this encasement and go back to the source. We get indoctrined to try to be the best. This all down here. I be looking at this shit. I be like, oh my gosh, I really like this stuff. Da da da. And then I always have to remind myself, this is not what it's about. My kids, my wife, my family, all of that. This is what it's about. But at the end of the day, it's also about um other people too. It's all about all us because we all on this earth, and this don't matter whether you black, white, racist, whatever, blah 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 blah. We all like our spirit. We all are connected to this whole thing, and that's what's the hardest part to really move around about and be cognizant of. That even the people that's your enemies here, or the people that hold you down, wherever, if you once you know the truth, it's like you pity them, but you can't give them no goddamn slack here in this in this world though. I'm very truly aware that yeah, we all came from the same source and stuff, but how you are manifesting down here is bad, and I'm gonna have to let you know. But I pity all of them folks. I even pity Drake. I pity anybody that's a slave to money and that's a slave to this whole this whole entity of earth. And it's very sad because they make it to where we so busy to where we ain't got time. I'm very privileged to be able to have these time, the hours and hours and hours a day that I really just study. Doing my goddamn work. I be studying, reading this shit, and learning about history and learning about why certain groups of people were silenced and why certain groups of people are in power. And if you go back through it, whether it's the Bible and the Bible, really the blueprint of everything, because all empires work like how the Bible works. If you know the truth about David in the Bible and really what he was, what how he wrote the Bible and the different iterations and how they tell their story in there, you can look at all the empire since then, and it kind of works the same kind of way. Like it's all in there, but it's not. Um, what am I trying to say? It is. And see, this is where I can't be a preacher or nothing like that. Not even a preacher, or I can't be a leader or anything. I think I'm just a mind sparker, so where I just get people to go, hopefully, and go start doing some research because I'm not eloquent enough to really get it off. It's like I know the answer to the test, but I can't give y'all the answer because it's just something you feel. On some real shit, it actually is just something you feel. Actually, I can. I really can. But it's just my interpretation. And I feel like everybody got to get their own interpretation of it. But that's why I be talking crazy on here and shit, because our channel could really be way better and bigger and grow. But all this shit fake. All this shit fake. And I be trying to have fun with shit, but at the end of the day, all this some bullshit. Some real talking shit. In 1958, President Nasser of Egypt said of the Jews, they left here black and came back white. Yo. And you know what's fucked up though about that whole thing? Who said that? Philly Diva? That is surface shit. And that's how they get people not to go no deeper than just that. That's where they get us stuck. Cause we oppressed. We are the original people. But even with all of that being said, it's deeper than this earth. This earth is just a temporary spot that they run because they are afraid of what's after here. They don't want to go there. That's why they spend all their money and still trying to live forever. They don't want to leave here. They want to run here. And the covenants and stuff they talk about and the deal they made, with that, what the entity that created this, that's why the world's so messed up. It's messed up because it was designed to be messed up like that. And the people who follow these low vibrational rules, they'll tell you to think high vibration stuff, but they don't give you time to actually hit that vibration. You need to be silent for real on some real stuff, and you need to be able to um uh question everything we've been taught. And when you question everything you get taught, you need, the first question you got to ask is, what do they not want me to see? What When they say we took some stuff out or we changed some stuff and da da da, when you go down that whole rabbit hole of why they took this, and then find out what that stuff was saying, and get past the whole, oh, that's blasphemous, you can't question this, and that's the will of God and all of this stuff. I don't know if y'all ever heard this or not, but you know how they'll say when celebrities and stuff, they go on stage and they say, I thank God. The God they talking about is not the God that everybody think that they talking about. And it ain't the devil either, how they teach people what the devil is. This realm is the lowest level. It ain't no lower than this. It's only like up. I remember Wu Tang had that song. It was like, "What do you believe in, heaven and hell? You can't believe in heaven because you live in the hell." That is what this place is. You listen to when you actually listen to, like, really listen to what Jesus say without anybody's interpretation, or like for profit churches. I'll say this because if you go to certain churches, they'll tell you this stuff, but he did not want anybody to see to worship any material stuff. He never preached about having a bunch of stuff. Matter of fact, he needed you to pack light. You didn't need nothing to follow him. He didn't want you. That's why he went and flipped over the money. He was preaching about how all of this stuff down here is worthless. They flip that and be like, yeah, you supposed to, Jesus wants you to live good in life. Jesus want me to have a jet. Jesus wouldn't have took a jet. If you read what he said. But then Paul took Jesus' words and then he built the system of Christianity. Jesus wasn't worried about building no system. He just wanted people to know the truth. That this here is not what it is. The next phase after here is what's important, and treat everybody good because all of us come from the same source. We all come from the same source. So please just treat everybody as you want to be treated because we all a part of the main source. But the people in power praise another source that can give you all this material stuff. And that's who they praise. And that's who they trick everybody else into praising. And that's why people think true blessings come in material form. Having a Maserati and having a 52-room house. People really be wanting mansions. And me and my homeboy was just talking about this. Cause my homeboy, he make M's, and he hang around people that make M's and B's, and we was talking about this, and I remember when I got my house, I got a house just fit us, and he was just talking about he visited his friends, they got like 10, 12, 13 bedroom houses, and he was like, it's such a waste, cause first they barely be there. B, when they do be there, they family, even if they include their mamas and brothers and sisters, for some of them, be maybe 6 people. And he aware that them people just be buying them houses to stunt on their other friends. They be buying yachts to stunt on each other. Yeah, they might like yachts and stuff, but they really be getting a bigger yacht just to stunt, just to impress. It truly, they know it's worthless. They do that for other humans to look at them a certain way. And we was just talking about like how worthless a really big house is. Exotic cars and all this stuff fun to drive, but they not fun to drive every day unless you really just like driving like that. But for the most part, people get them kind of cars. So when they pull up to a stop sign, somebody will look over at them and be like, oh my gosh, I wish I had one of them. They must really got a lot of money. And we just talking about how we get how this world just stuck into that, and it's complete opposite of what Jesus said. But they teach us that the blessings is all here and you don't want to leave earth. They teach you that treating people bad here go make you die quicker, and that death is bad, and then that you go to hell when death is guaranteed, period. So it can't be bad. Is it sad? Sure, it's sad when you miss somebody, you miss being around them, especially when if you are taught that it's sad. How many cultures celebrate the home going? Louisiana, they celebrate it. In Mexico, they celebrate it. There's other places that celebrate it. But for the most part, they teach us that death is bad. And it's not. It's just guaranteed. The only thing bad that's scary about death is how you go and if you go suffer here. But if you done already made or know uh made peace on the spiritual realm of the stuff, I believe you can accept stuff. I done met people that's on their way out and they was like, yo, my mama was one of them and she was steadfast and hey, we all gotta go. I did what I was supposed to do. It's just my time. I don't believe in they died too soon, died too early. No, when it's your time, it's your time. And hopefully you are aware of the truth when it is your time so you don't feel like you need to come back to hell, aka be reincarnated, so you can do what you feel like you didn't do, which is why you're supposed to treat people well. Because they say when you die, your whole life pass in front of you, and they say that the more pain you cause everybody, when you die, you feel all of the pain that you cause people, and that's why all of them top 1% people are scared to die because they don't want to feel that. It's supposed to be the worst shit ever, and most people will be like, "Hey, I need to go back and fix this," and bring their asses back down here some way or other. But others, they feel, have made a deal with the entity that did create this and be like, yo, you keep coming back here, keeping everybody in line, and you'll live good down here. And that's why they be doing all of them weird ass rituals and all of this shit. Da, 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 da. And everything I'm saying, it is different societies that believe different stuff, and is many books I can lead y'all to and stuff. But the main books I've been on right now is this one, and it's another one I got called this. And it's not this one right here turned me off because of the cover and shit. It's got the hippie type shit. But I just be interested in seeing how different people think about different stuff or whatever. But that right there, I always had a feeling. My mama always told me certain stuff, and that's why I am the way I am. And that's why I just want everybody to have the chance to understand it. The pain and all of the stuff we go through is really just lessons that we learn. And the main thing we need to do that Jesus always taught us, we got to forgive ourselves. We got to forgive ourselves because we are all just having an experience, and we all experiencing it at the same time. A new experience. Us when you come down here, you experiencing something new, and we all got a piece of the source in us, and that piece of source is experiencing all our experiences all at the same time. And we got to forgive ourselves. That's why certain religions teach you shame and you need to feel bad. You know what's right and wrong when you do it. People don't have to tell people what's right or wrong. You'll feel it. Then you got sociopaths. Some people just down here, they pose to murder people. It's just what they pose. That's why they down here for. These people that do all sorts of egregious shit. But that's just what they were supposed to do. And that's not to say it ain't bad or nothing, but that's just accepting stuff is how it is. And there's a lot of people that you might meet people that hear certain stuff and they don't get like emotionally charged or crazy or be like, oh my god. But some people just kind of look at life like that. I'm kind of one of them people, and I can acknowledge when something is sad or something like that. But I'm really one of them people that's like, shit is what it is. I can say it's fucked up, and that person suffered physically here. But I always zoom out and be like, yo, that shit is just is what it is, and it be sad, but it is what it is. And that's the hardest part. Cause once you get to that level, it's hard for people to look at you and be like, "Yo, you a human." Like they'll look at you like you fucked up. And it's like, "Yo, I promise, I understand it," but it's just that whole saying about give you the strength to change what you can, and the further strength to accept what you can't change. For the most part in this life, shit happens to people and it's out of your control. I remember I was telling my pops one day, and I love my pops because we can have these deep ass conversations. Me and my mama used to have deep conversations like this, but I was telling my pops one day, I was like, man, do you know how lucky I am? Like none of the success I done had in life is because of me. And he was like, how so? Like, you smart. I was like, pump brakes. I was born to you and my mom. My cousin was born to her sister and this other dude, and that other dude neglected my cousin, beat my aunt, and put him on a trajectory for life that was not good. I could have easily been born to him. I made no choice in being born to y'all. I lucked out just being born to y'all too, period. To mom that dedicated her whole life to just making sure I wasn't gonna be a knucklehead, and to a dad that instilled all this work ethic and all of these types of good things. And both my family, I come from pretty good stock of family. I had nothing to do with that. Who I was born to, I was set to just be good, be all right in life. My brother, same thing, and he had a different mom. But my sister, all us, I was like, Daddy, we just lucky to be born to y'all. Cause it's in my DNA. I ain't have no choice but to be like this. And most of all the good decisions I done ever made was shit I ain't even think about. I just did it like instinctively. Like I ain't have no choice but to make decisions I done made. And I just lucked out. They always say, if you born in the United States, you know how insane it is to be born. The odds of it is be born in the United States, and then be born to well-adjusted adults. That's insane. I was telling them I'm just lucky or blessed or however you want to look at it, and I have no feelings of I got an ego, don't get it twisted, but my ego is more on some, I just feel like I lucked out on everything. And some people I talk to be like, man, you discounting yourself, man. I was like, no, I'm not. I'm not discounting myself. I know what I did, but I didn't have no choice in the genes that I got. I didn't have no choice in the parents I had and what they instilled in me. All my actions are from that. Period. And I don't feel like I'm more favored than anybody else because I don't feel the entity that created everything would put one person over somebody else unless it was a fucked up entity, which is the entity that the rich and famous people be praying to. They prayed to the entity in the First Testament. Was like, yo, them my people right there. Them people over there, they trash. I'ma kill all them folks. You know I'm jealous. You know I'm jealous, right? Yeah, so I'ma smite them and they whole family. You piss me off so bad, your whole lineage is fucked. Jesus comes back and be like, hey y'all, look, don't worry about all that stuff. Old buddy in the old test, don't worry about what he said. Listen to me. Just listen, hear me out. All you gotta do is know that this is not it. My pops, all of our pops, this and all of us, everybody, he's the way. And it's not down here. He don't even care about none of this. He just wants you to be a good person to all everybody else. It was real simple. Paul, the one that said you need to pray to Jesus. Then other people came and said, but Jesus want to talk about pray to me. He told us, don't worry about that entity that told us all that stuff. And once it get broke down to me like this, once it got broke down, I was like, that all made sense to me. Because I was like, I don't feel like something that would create us is better. And then people be like, well, you ain't God. How you gonna know? I was like, ain't all of us God? And when I say all of us God, he is in us, in everything. My experience down here was just a real good experience and stuff. Then I think about my mom's and how she died. This is another thing that helped me get through. I was very sad when my mom's died. I would cry off and on out of nowhere when she died. However, the way my mom taught me was I never was like, the only thing I ever thought about was like, why did she have to suffer like she did? She was such a good parent, person, da da da. But it hit me. If how they try to teach us about how it operates down here was true, my mama wouldn't have went through all of that, right? If how they try to teach us how life supposed to operate down here is true, Trump would not be the president. And being a fucked up person that don't care about other people and willing to use other people for your own gain would not lead you to having a very super comfortable life on earth material wise. I thought about all this stuff. Some of the most fucked up shit I did made me the most money. And I'm like, wow, this shit crazy. Me and my homeboys talk about that too. If you really want to make a lot of money in America or in the world in general, don't give a fuck about other people at all. Worry about you. And I swear you will make a lot of money. If you are willing to step on other people, I promise you, I guarantee you make a lot of money if you really don't care. And then you learn the rules of the system, which are really set up to take advantage of other people. And I promise you, be super successful. For real. And when I say super successful, I'm talking about what they try to teach us about luxury and all of that stuff and having a yacht. Because you can't get to $1 billion and not be born into it without have fucking over a lot of people. Like for real. Like it's just no way. No way. If you build a business that gets to $1 billion, you had to put your competition out on their ass. You had to go get the best of your competition workers to come work for you or to turn on their competition. People think business is just, working hard. No, being a good business is destroying your competition by any means necessary. That's how America operates. All y'all military folks know, and some of the folks that done did some CIA type shit or anything else know that you gotta crack some eggs, hella eggs to make an omelet, and it's justified for the greater good of whatever side you on. A lot of people gotta suffer in the system we in right now, and how it's set up, hella people gotta suffer in order for a hella people to benefit. Let me tell you, y'all know I told you about that Japan 713. If you understand the rules of this earth that we live on right now and abide by them, right? Listen to this. This is justification that the United States used to why they uh they released them the top scientists and the same ones with the Nazis, and they do this to any civilization they find. They find the most ruthless motherfuckers and be like, you know what, we could use y'all. Them scientists, the Japanese folks I was telling y'all about, they had research and records on 13 to 15,000. I know it was 15 to 20,000 people, men, women, different races, Chinese, Russian, white, whoever the hell they get their hands on. And they had 20,000, and the amount of human suffering that them 20,000 people went through, even America was like, we do that shit, but we didn't think about half the shit y'all was doing. That is very valuable ways to torture people, to make soldiers want to quit, to get information out of people. Thank y'all. Y'all did a lot of research stuff. Y'all saved us hella money and hella manpower in torturing these people. Y'all saved us 20,000 people to torture. We got all of this, and now we can use this shit on our side. You know what? Y'all good to go. We need some scapegoats. We're going to put a couple of people in jail, but y'all top motherfuckers, y'all keep telling us about the dope shit y'all did, and we'll make sure you good for life. They did that shit with the Nazis, and they did that with a whole bunch of other places as well. And all empires do that. All empires will go take over a place, right? Find all of the most strategic, evilest folks, and be like, so what's y'all torture methods? Oh, you built a whole chamber with spikes in it and put people in there? Oh wow. You need to be over on our team. Yeah, we gonna make you rich and famous. All your kids taking their care of for life. Yes, thank you for this torture shit. Now, let me tell you how fucked up it is when you really think about shit. Them Japanese dudes, they did all that shit. The Americans went, saved them folks. If they didn't do all of that, my pops was in the military. He got his eardrum blew out. The bum blew up. He was in Vietnam. Bum blew up around his ear or whatever. But all them people did all that stuff, and I live in a country where I got hella food and stuff, and I play with toys. Because America, the people who run this, are willing to cut people open while they are alive and inject them with different diseases and do that to anybody else that they need to, so this place can run the way it runs. And some people can say, well, no, it don't have to be like that. But it do, cause it is. I'm a big proponent of shit happens cause it's supposed to. Cause if it wasn't supposed to, it wouldn't have. And that's where you gotta accept the shit that you can't change. And a lot of people can't accept the shit that they couldn't change in the past. You can work to hopefully change stuff for the future. And you should never forget what happened in the past. But I'm telling y'all all this to say, once you get to that point to where you don't feel like you're here on this earth no more, like you really see it. It's like being Neo in the Matrix, and you see everything. You be like, wow, don't none of this really matter. We all going through this and stuff, but this ain't the last stop. And hopefully, I don't go through nothing horrible. But if I do have to go through something horrible, is meant for me to go through it. Ain't no right or wrong in it. It is what it is. You get to choose what's right and wrong for you. I don't want to cause anybody any suffering. That's a lie. Some people I want feelings to be hurt and cry when they go to sleep. Academics, Drake, people like that. That is my cross to bear of when I die and my life passed for my eyes. I just honestly feel like I'm gonna be able to accept though if they feel any pain, which I don't think they is. They ain't heard nothing I said, but let's say they did. I'm okay with feeling that pain, and I'm not joking with y'all. I'm okay with feeling that pain if that's what I see when I go when it's time to go, and I'll be like, you know what, I did the best I could on Earth. You know, they was some hoe ass motherfuckers though. They was some hoes. All right, and then all the Archeans and stuff try to get me to come back and be like, no, you need to stay on Earth. I'm like, no, I'm good. I can go. I ain't go back home. I'm straight. This was a good experience though. But I don't want people to suffer in general. I don't. But when people do, it's sad, but it is. I have suffered before, and the only reason I'm not a bitter person is my belief has always been like, well, shit, I guess it's supposed to happen. Cause I didn't, and we don't all suffer where we, and people. That's why I don't really believe in karma outside, like how it they claim like it work here. Cause my son got bit by a dog, almost lost his eye. He was 4 years old. What did he do, karma wise, to deserve that? Deserve none. It just happened. And I think I tell that to everybody. I be like, all right, so karma, you do fucked up shit gonna happen to you. What about like 4 year olds that like be in the backseat of a car and then a 18 wheel like hit them, but it don't kill them. It just smash their legs and then they suffer all the way to they die. Was that karma for some? Did they deserve it? Then this what they'll do. Oh well, they paid for the sins of their parents. Okay. What if their parents had them? They got mated in a slave camp, and they was both 12 years old. And their parents didn't have enough. They didn't do nothing fucked up until 12. They got locked up, and then that child got went up for adoption and stuff. Man, why you be asking all these fucked up questions? I mean, it ain't everything that happened here in some kind of way. I'm just trying to get you to understand that your premise you coming up with is too many other different things I could present you with to where it don't make sense. But they teach us that so we could just feel good and placate. And they also teach us that karma shit as and it's real ingenious. They teach us karma and shit so when people do take advantage of us, like the top people, you can be like, yeah, they go get theirs. Trump the other day on that plane, they was like, you go to heaven. He was like, yeah, I'm not gonna go to. And he couldn't really say too much of what he really wanted to say. Trump really wanted to say, yo, I don't believe in no damn heaven. I'm gonna be balling down here forever. Like when I die, I'm gonna come back down here, cause hella suffering, like I'm supposed to, so I can be balling down here. The lizard people and all of that shit people want to refer to. However you want to interpret it, that's how he look at it. That's why he was like, oh, I ain't gonna go there. But he couldn't say I don't believe in heaven. He got this big ass Christian following, so he couldn't tell him that. You couldn't tell them shit that be in them books that they took out and shit, which you just got to interpret it that way, right? He couldn't say that, but he was like, "Oh, I done did some shit. I'm not going," because he know that the heaven they preach down here. He was cognizant enough to know he couldn't even lie about that, and that is something big. And if you point that out to one of his Christian people, are like, why you think he said he ain't go get into heaven? They don't want to talk it. They don't want to have that conversation. I'd be like, what if he told you he didn't think heaven existed? No, he's a Christian. I'd be like, but he said he wouldn't go. But he claimed he doing good. And that's where you get them fucked up. Because all you got to do is point to who they look up to and what they be saying about certain religions and stuff. When they be like, yeah, I don't know this. And that's how you be knowing whether they teaching you shit to just control you Because if somebody teach you something that they don't follow, it's a good chance. Look at all them popes, all them preachers, all them. You get caught fucking with kids, all sorts of debauchery, gambling problems or whatever. They supposed to be the closest to the religion that they tell us, and that always made me think too. I was like, okay, well, if whatever created this earth said that this all this stuff bad, why do the people that be preaching it, a lot of them be doing it? I used to think about that when I was young, and like I said, when it finally the idea that whatever created this ain't the last stop, ain't the final boss, ain't the real boss, and I got to think about people who just, oh yeah, I pray to God. I was like, they ain't praying to the actual source God. They praying to a false God. They think it is God, whether it's out of ignorance or malice. And having them thoughts all up would made it very easy when people introduce some other ideas to me. I was like, yeah, that makes sense. I see that. That makes sense. And I was telling my wife, I was like, man, I think I'm supposed to tell people this shit, but I know it's gonna be a lot of people. I don't think I'm gonna make a lot of money doing that. I told her I make a lot of money if I like talk shit about Drake and talk about, rappers and shit. That's why on the other channel, all I do really is talk about Drake and shit. Y'all don't really see me jumping on too many. I try to jump on other shit, but I just like laughing at people. But I really want people to really just be broken free of this earth. I still stress out every once in a while and stuff until I get a time to be like, bro, you are stressing out for nothing. First off, it's gonna work out anyway. It's always gonna be work out because you just gotta accept whatever happens. That's the first step to freedom, accepting. I always joke with y'all, if I went to jail, I'd kill myself or whatever. But the people who go to jail and make it, the first thing they have to, I think that they do is just be like, okay, unless I'm gonna take myself out, ain't nothing I can do. I just gotta accept I'm here. And I think that's the first step. Now, me personally, I kind of want to be joking about that. I'd be like, yo, don't think I'm gonna come back down here if I do it. And let's say I can never get out, like they put me in jail and they don't never let me out, I'm not of help. And I can have these thoughts because I don't believe what they say about shit. It was this book. I think it was this book or this movie or something. And it was about how, or somebody said this, they was like, what if the powers that be teach people suicide is bad because they need everybody to stay down here to be slaves? And what if, let's say you self-exited, and as soon as you do it, you just like take off a VR mask or something like, what? That game was insane. I got dealt the worst cards. Oh my gosh. Did you know I had a peg leg? I had a peg leg. Then I called AIDS. And I just went on and clocked out, buddy. Yeah, but they told me I was going to go to a deplorable place. Who knew that shit was just a big experience that I was supposed to. Wow, I'm not going to play that game no more. I don't want to play that game, but it was fun. It's fun. I'm just going to go. And somebody wrote a book about that and stuff. Because it's crazy they say that that if you are suffering, the worst of the worst suffering, and you ain't no improvement ever gonna come, that you can't clock out. But if you do, then God gonna be like, you know what? You just you supposed to just have all them roaches crawling up in your body and stuff, right? You was supposed to just deal with it. Hey, no, you gotta go to hell, buddy. Cause there's so many different reasons why people do that. But that book was crazy. That theory was crazy. Like, cause it always be the elites. But guess what? Guess who be clocking out at the highest rates on some real shit? In relation to their population. in relation to their population, the richest, the people that get up there, they will clock out fast than the motherfucker. Real fast. They'll clock out. I be thinking about stuff. That book was like the only reason they teach that is so people can be down here, so the elites can be elite. We go back to that conversation I had earlier, and this is not advocation for killing yourself at all. I'm just telling you. This goes back to what I was telling y'all earlier. Elites couldn't be elite if they didn't have people that were not elite. The only way you can have them type of comparisons of better or greater than somebody has to be less than or below. That is the problem with hierarchy. Once you get a hierarchy in control, somebody better. If somebody get promoted at people's jobs, they self-esteem be hurt and be like, they'll say one or two things. Damn, they ain't better than me. Or they'll be like, damn, they was better than me. I think that's fucked up. I don't think people should think like that. I ain't got dissed by girls before. I done not got dissed by girls before. Girls done left me for somebody else before. I ain't never be like, yo, that nigga was better than me. I was just like, oh, well, I guess that's what she wanted. That never crossed my mind. My feelings still be hurt, but I don't want to like, oh, she wouldn't go somebody. Now I might manipulate them later, and then they come back and be like, oh no, you got with somebody better than me. But I don't really believe that. But people will believe that, and a lot of people are in depression, all that stuff, because they don't think they good enough. They don't because of hierarchy. If you like to draw and enjoy drawing, the worst thing you could do is want to get in a drawing competition, because it may be a skill level you want to be at, but once you get into a competition, it is inherent and is built into the competition that there is a better than and less than. Not saying people shouldn't compete. I'm just saying that we should teach people. Now, people shouldn't get participation trophies neither. You need to understand when you go in there that that's the structure, but that shouldn't people take that to them as a person. A lot of people do. Some people just be like, okay, I'm a dope person. I'm just need to get quote unquote better at drawing. And then, even then, especially with art, art is subjective than a motherfucker. I go to the art gallery. Me and my wife went to the art gallery one time, and I was looking at them damn like, you know, the Picassos and all that shit. I was like, this shit is ugly. This is ugly. Who the fuck said this shit was good? And there's somebody out there that can draw lifelike stuff, and I'll be like, yo, that's amazing. But the people who like Picasso be like, that's nothing. That's not creative. Anybody can just draw what they see. It's subjective. I'm wrong. I'm not wrong. They ain't wrong or none of that stuff. Also, art is just a money laundering scheme. If y'all didn't know that, like on some serious shit, do your research on art, all that shit. And half the original pieces ain't the original pieces. They all knockoffs. And these people be knowing. And they will cheat other people out their money. Rich people will do that, but they use it to wash their money. Art is like Bitcoin. It's an unregulated security that's not a security. But I digress. People get caught in the better, or even with this YouTube stuff. I'll look at other channels and be like, man, they got more subs than me. But I don't never be like, yo, they better than me. I just be like, oh, well, they got more subs than me. I don't know what it is. I could copy and do what they do, right? And I might steal a thumbnail every once in a while, but as far as how they do stuff, I'm not gonna do that. It would be smart to do it, but at the end of the day, I want to make money. But I'm at this road of money don't really run me. That's why I ain't been chopping up videos and stuff lately neither, because I was just like, I don't feel like doing that. I don't want to do that right now. I'm gonna get back to doing it, but and it's scary because I got kids, I got a wife, but I always tell my wife, I'm like, yo, I might just like be like, fuck this money shit, right? She's like, yeah. I was like, but we ain't never gonna be destitute. She's like, yeah, I know that. I was like, oh, all right. And I know she telling the truth because me and her used to sleep on air mattresses surrounded by roaches. So I know she don't care about this type of shit. We ain't gonna go back to that, but she don't be like, oh my gosh. I don't either. If that did happen, I'd just be like, God damn, we back here with the roaches, bag. Ain't this a bitch? Hey, it was a good few years without the roaches though. We had a good run. And I feel very blessed to be in that mind state to where I'm cool with whatever happened. And I do worry, but by the grace of 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 God, at least my entity I call God, by the grace of just that, I understand that if that do happen, if it's supposed to be forever, it's gonna be forever. If it's not, it's gonna be temporary, and I'm gonna just have to deal with it as it happens, which is crazy. Which is crazy. Let me see. I'm sorry. I'm rambling and shit. I got way off the damn topic in here sweating and shit. Let me see. I wish I could and really because I can't look at the chat. I can look at it, but I can't highlight it. I be want to highlight it, but I'm about to read chat right now. Life on Earth is easier when you are honest with yourself and others and have actual good intentions that you act upon. Try to be understanding, give back to the earth because the earth has given to you. Yes, yes, yes. But guess what, LL Biddy? And you let me know if you agree with this. Some of us, and I'll say a lot of us, don't really get that until we done did some fucked up shit on purpose. At least I did. I did some fucked up shit on purpose a few times in my life, and for a minute. And when I say fucked up, I mean I knew that somebody was gonna suffer for it, whether it was fucking with somebody girl or something, and I knew they was gonna be hurt about it or something like that, right? And it took a while too, because for a longest I was like, I don't give a fuck. Like I don't care. Until one day, and it ain't that it happened to me to where that happened. One day I was just like, but why though? It's like 8 bajillion other people out here. Why are you doing that with that one person? Like, for what? What's the benefit of that? And it wasn't me worried about getting my ass whooped or getting killed or nothing. I really just kind of looked at it like, yo, that's fucked up. I ain't look at it on no, oh, well, if that happened to me, because I ain't go front. I still, to this day, feel like if it happened, it's well deserved. I know I told you I don't believe in karma, but in my brain, hey, what goes around can come around. It's not guaranteed, but if it did, I wouldn't be like, oh my gosh, I can't. I'd be like, God damn it happened. Shit. Can't be too mad, right? But it took me doing a lot of fucked up shit to realize, to come to it to where I was like, yo, that's not good. And it didn't feel good after a certain point because some of the shit I did was for money. And I was like, yo, why shouldn't nobody have to suffer for money, for me to get money? Why? I shouldn't, you know what I'm saying? Even if they choose to do it. I didn't want to be even a part of shit where even though I'm not making nobody do nothing or anything, in the down line of the shit I was involved in, it was somebody suffered. They might not be a victim in the classic sense of a victim, but they did suffer in that. Once I would hear I'd be like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. This person really going through this shit. And it ain't like 100% my fault, but I'm in the goddamn I'm in the. They chose this shit, but and it started feeling bad in my spirit, like spiritually, it was feeling bad. Like as a wow, that's a human being. It I remove race from it or anything, or yo, that person probably deserved that shit. I removed all that from it. I was like, wow, that's a human being. How am I? Like, and once I started thinking about it that way, then it was easy to step away from a lot of shit. Once I started looking at it, because you just gotta be like, we all in this. The entity that is Drake. I tell y'all, I hate the entity that is Drake all the time. But as a person, he just Doug Butter. He's just a Doug Butter that's just fake and be one. He just want to be cool. Still a duck though, and I can't get past that. Like I told y'all, that's one of the good. But I do know he's still he a part of the spark as well. We all have the spark in us, whether it's the slave owners, uh people that's born and ain't never been able to talk and was only on earth for 2 seconds. They had the spark in them. All of them had the spark of, and that's the one thing we got in common. And what is, I think, evil is, we consider evil anything that causes suffering to anybody else. And in my mind, we put levels to it, and it. What's the word I'm looking for? You know, it is level 2, but at the end of the day, no, it ain't. Ain't no sin greater than the other. Somebody suffering in one way, we look at it physically, is worse than psychological. When we can, psychological suffering a lot of times is way worse than physical suffering. And then when you combine the two together, some people, the physical harm cause psychological harm and just break their spirit sometimes. But usually it's you know, but at the end of the day, it says all is the same. And since we put hierarchy to that, people will do fucked up shit since they know the punishment for it ain't gonna be that bad, since it's a hierarchy to fucked up shit. But at the end of the day, that's life. I be looking at animals, I'll be like, yo, that lion is go eat that gazelle alive. Just go eat it alive. That's how the entity that designed this world made it work. The baby gazelles gotta go for them, that other creature to live. We feel that plants don't feel, and they not conscious and shit, but we still use the term they alive. We rip the motherfuckers out by the root. We rip carrots out. We hear the water that they be sucking up will splash out and shit. That is murder. No, it ain't. They can't scream. Circle of life. This world is built upon something having to suffer. Another living being on this planet, if you on this planet with creators, something else, something has to suffer for something else to survive. It's just built into this. That's why I be saying, oh, this earth ain't. This is the hell. Okay. I mean, it's got some good points in it, but it is designed to be fucked up. I got it now. I get it. And that's where it leads you back to, it is what it is. And certain people, once they hit that point, you just got to learn how to be able to emote to people that you understand that shit fucked up. When in your brain, you just be like, damn, we on this fucked up earth. These the rules of the earth. People that be down here, they just do what they do. That's why I say I was blessed and lucky to be born who I'm born in, and was set on the track that I was set on because I ain't have no control over it. Nobody has any control of who they are born to. At least that's what they say. Some of these folks believe that, and that's why they do them rituals so they can come back, be in the same bloodline. Anyway, I think I'm saying all this shit. So when I talk about certain topics and shit, I'm always gonna end up being like, you know what? I don't even know why I'm talking about this. This shit is fucked up. That's where it's always go in. I'm gonna try to act like, hey guys, if we do this, it's gonna turn out, because I know it's always gonna end up with, it's gonna be fucked up anyway. But I'm proving myself wrong because slavery eventually ended. A lot of persecution that people went through was lessened. But when you look at the reasons why other humans chose to do it, it is always a nefarious and bad reason. It ain't never just from on a large scale. When it be wide scale shit, it ain't never on some, this the right thing to do. Somebody had to get their ass beat, lose a war or something, or did it to manipulate some other shit for good shit to happen to a large swath of people. Every time. Just go through history. They'll lie and be like, we did this for the good. No, you didn't. You did that shit for some way that was going to benefit you. On small scales, yes, we can do shit out of, but if it's any type of government entity, 98% of the time, it was not done out of somebody's just pure heart. It does happen, but we as humans wasn't programmed for that in these bodies. We was not. So I think that's why I'm on here, because I want to still talk about the news and the crime stories and stuff, but I just want y'all to know, if I be on there long enough, I'm gonna end up on some. Well, it's fucked up, but because I already been through my whole thing feeling guilty on some shit I can't feel guilty about. I ain't been through a lot of suffering that other people don't been through. I've been through suffering. Like, I be thinking about my son, got bit by that dog. I be like, but he didn't do nothing like that. So, hey, just be happening. And it's people I could blame for it, but it wasn't maliceful when the shit happened. Technically, some wrong place, wrong time type situation. People did get blamed, and insurance did get called, and he gonna be straight once he turn 18. But I didn't harbor no hatred, because like I said, it wasn't no maliceful shit. I know other people, they ain't never forgave people, and that's why you gotta forgive people for yourself. But just because you forgive people, though, you ain't gotta fuck with them no more. But you really do gotta let shit go, and understanding shit happen because it happened is just that. And if somebody does something maliceful to you, have you ever heard motherfuckers be like, yo, I pity that person. I'm not gonna fuck with them no more, but I pity them. That's where you get to. That's where I'm at. And I'm not saying that's like, I'm a better person than that. I'm just saying that's where I'm at, to where I can hate somebody's guts, but my hatred of their guts is, in reality, like, if you was to look in my soul, be like, God damn, I feel sorry to them motherfuckers. But I'ma still outwardly be like all this other shit, because I still don't like them and I won't fuck with them. But like academics is a sad case. Got all that money, still a hoe ass bitch. That's sad. And then, since he don't got no real integrity for himself or nothing, he hang around other motherfuckers who don't respect him and shit. And that make it even worse. And it's sad. However, in this realm, that's some hoe ass shit. Oh, I'm gonna say that shit. I really be talking. I am running my mouth. Trump called a reporter piggy. It's horrible. There is no karma because Trump is the president. Yeah. And this something else I be trying to tell people too. I think I told y'all this story. I had a homegirl, and she got cheated on by her dude, and she hit me up. She was like, "Yeah, me and my cousin, we was on 3-way," and she was like, "Yeah, oh buddy cheated on me and shit, but I got something for him. I'm gonna fuck his homeboy and then see how he feel." And me and my cousin started laughing, and she was like, "Why y'all laughing?" I was like, "Cause you ain't gonna never hurt him like he hurt you." When he cheated on you, he didn't in his brain he wasn't like, oh, I'm gonna hurt her feelings on purpose so she feels sad. No, he just was like, yo, I'm about to go get some pussy, and she probably ain't gonna like it, but hey, I'll deal with it when that river crosses. When you try to hurt him on purpose, since he didn't really care about your feelings, it's not gonna hurt him like that. What's gonna happen is him and his homeboy go high five each other 9 times out of 10 because he already showed you he really don't give a fuck about your feelings like that. You see what I'm saying? So you can't cause him the same pain because he don't give a fuck. And that's how it is with Trump. Trump is a narcissist, but when he said he wasn't gonna go to heaven and all that shit, that should let people know. Even though he act out and be like, I'm mad, da, 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 he know. He know. You can't really hurt him the same way he been hurt. The type of shit that'll hurt Trump is if another rich person shit on him. You can only hurt a person like Trump if somebody that they think is on their level shit on them or think is better than them. Cause in a narcissistic world, hierarchy does exist, especially if you ain't really like done broke out of that shit. And the only people's opinion you give a fuck about is people that either you consider quote unquote better than you, or you know other people consider quote unquote of a higher level or higher. So he sucked the goddamn shaman or whatever the fuck that the murderous Saudi motherfuckers dick, and Putin's dick, and Bill Clinton's dick. He sucked all they balls because he feels that either they are better than him, have a better social stance, standing than him, or that other people think they better than him. Them the only people that can hurt his feelings. Other than that, ain't no karma from no regular people. Another thing I don't think, if he lost status amongst them people to where he couldn't be rich no more. Because he knows that as long as he got enough money, even if they don't like him, he still can move around in the club. Because it's nothing despicable that they can do. Because they do the most despicable shit that humans feel that they can do, right? For the 1%, the most despicable thing that you could do, and the number one thing that will get you kicked out the club, is going broke. That is the most disgusting thing you can do to the elites. Is go broke. Oh, you talking about you want them to suffer. You make them go broke, and guess what they go do? 9 times out of 10, they are going to blow their brains out. What's business, Cosmo Fury? These are the crowd of cares, the cries of the cares. You see, Reverend Maynard, tomorrow is Harvest Day, and to them it's the Holocaust. Yeah, it's crazy to me. We be talking about like what feels something and what don't feel something. That's just my opinion. I still eat them motherfuckers, but I just really like, you know what I'm saying? Let me see. Having won quite a few art competitions, I'll say that's cap. It's fun as fuck, and if it's a person, it's great to see that your competition can compete. But then again, I'm petty, and like I said, if you built for that, it's good. But for some people, it ruined art for them. Like, you already got high self-esteem in art, and people have bagged that up, right? But there's somebody out there that just love doodling. They love shit, and they think they stuff is nice. It's like, let me show y'all what I'm talking about. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Y'all, do they still do not America's Most Wanted, but not America Got Talent, but what was that shit with Paula Abdul and stuff? American Idol. American Idol. I'm gonna show y'all what I'm talking about. So this dude right here, I'm pretty sure y'all remember this cat. Let's play this real quick. Oh, it ain't working. Hold on, let me fix this shit real quick. I'm glad I ain't played no video earlier and shit, cause this shit was not connected. All right, here we go. Oh, okay. I connected it to the wrong thing. Hold on, real quick. Hold on. Let's see right here. I gotta put together my wife's dartboard in this horror. What time is it? 7:41. Okay, I'm gonna stay on here till 8. I really be running my mouth. All right, here we go. Check this out, and I'm about to explain what I mean, Cosmo Fury. Check this out.
Sounds like maybe Paul Robeson or maybe Eddie Vedder from Pearl Jam. My specialty is anything that's low.
Are you excited to be here?
Yes, I am. How can I not be?
And can you sing?
Yes, I can.
And what are you gonna sing today?
I'm going to sing Go Down Moses.
Oh, okay. Whenever you're ready.
Okay. When Israel was in Egypt's land, let my people go. Oppressed so hard they could not stand. Let my people go. Go down, Moses, down Egypt land, and say, Pharaoh, Pharaoh, let my people go.
Now, you might be asking, why the fuck did you show us that? The reason I showed y'all that is because that young man at the time, because that was before people started going over there sucking on purpose because they knew they could get some clout. That young man at that time probably enjoyed singing and thought he could sing good. I believe his friends hyped him up. His friends hyped him up. Told him, yo, you need to go to American Idol. You got talent. And I bet you that young man has never sang it. Matter of fact, let's see if he done sang again. We gonna see if my hypothesis is correct.
Sounds like maybe.
What's his name? James Lewis. Let's see. We gonna go to ChatGPT because I ain't got no time to be Googling this shit. Has James from American Idol sang again? Whatever happened to him? Let's see. I could not find credible evidence that James Lewis from American Idol Season 7 auditionee has never released a notable follow-up singing career or public music work beyond his audition. He auditioned in Philadelphia singing Go Down Moses, was turned down by the judges, and according to his wiki entry, planned to go back again with more contemporary music to sing. If you meant a different, so they got a wiki for this dude. Look at this. James auditioned in Philadelphia. All 3 judges laughed. He was planning to go back again and share more music, and guess what? He's never been seen again. I'm be honest. Might have clocked out. Why? He got into a competition with false encouragement. If he never went on that show, he'd probably be singing. He probably ain't never seen that damn Moses Let My People Go song ever again in life. Ever. And you know people been asking him, Hey man, I seen the Moses song. I'm like, fuck you, bitch. I'll kill you, hoe. It ruined them. You should only compete if you feel deep inside that you are good, no matter, like, you really good for real. And I truly believe that people who really feel they good in general just don't compete unless they want some money or something, or they like the adulation. I ain't gonna front. It's hella shit I think I'm hella dope in, and I think that I would excel over other people, and I just don't do. And this might be ego, because I think that if somebody was like, "Nah, you ain't that hot," I would be like, first of all, bitch, you don't know what the fuck you talking about, bitch. I am dope. Something's wrong with you and all you other motherfuckers who came up and it would come across as I was insecure and hurt. But I truly in my heart would feel that they are idiots. So I don't even get in that realm of competition with people. Cause now that I said it out loud and shit, it dude, that would show that would not come across as confidence. But I will really mean that shit when I say that shit. And then I'm burning bridges. So yeah. But that's just me on competition, that shit. Me personally on competition. Me personally. Let me see. Can I get this damn? I hate I couldn't get this damn chat working, y'all. To answer your question, Super, although I believe there are some people who don't change life trajectory until they recognize how their actions have changed negatively affect. Wait, although I believe there are some people who don't change life trajectory until after they recognize how their actions have negatively affected others. I'm assuming you go finish that up because it didn't. Because they don't be giving us enough space. Oh, yeah, I had that Kung Fu movie playing in the background real quick. My bad. Unfortunately, James from American Idol took his own life the same day. Hey, let's be honest. We had to bet money on it. Because that laughing right there, because the funny part to me was not his singing. The funny part to me was just ain't nothing harder than to not try to laugh at something. Speedy just did this the other day. I ain't never watched Speedy's live stream. Speedy live stream. My mom is. Let me see if I can find this. This just happened the other day, and I almost like how his face happened. That be the most funniest shit. It's. I think it's a true blessing to be able to have these type of laughing moments in your life. Check this out.
Speed, I need this. Please, Speed, I need this. My mom is kind of homeless. I live with my dad. I want to help her out.
Speed, I'm watching the stream while you try not to laugh, bro. That's disrespectful, bro. What's wrong with you, bro? Stop.
That from that I'm talking about the hardest I done ever laughed in my life was moments like this when I was not supposed to laugh, and it was always in some. It was all. I remember one time, me and my cousin and my uncle, well, my step uncle and his mom, we was in a prayer circle before we went to church. Me and him looked at his dad as the biggest hypocrite on earth. So whenever we would all go to church, and the preacher had got caught fucking somebody too. So we would go to church just laughing internally between each other because we just was like, all these motherfuckers is full of shit. And the times I would go to church, they would want to pray before we would, and I promise, soon as my uncle would open his mouth to start saying some shit, and as soon as he says some shit where we like he full of shit, I couldn't stop laughing, and I'd be there at my shoulders, and I'm really trying to hold it in, and the harder I laugh, try to hold it in my laugh, my cousin would laugh, and so both of us like snickering and stuff, and my aunt and uncle, they would not break the prayer And for some reason, they wouldn't really say nothing after the prayer at all. But then when I would leave, they would tell my cousin that I was fucked up for laughing and shit, as if I was the bad influence on him, when both of us was thinking they was full of shit. I tell you that story to say that times where you not supposed to laugh is hilarious, and it's usually, sadly, and this is why I be telling y'all I'm a fucked up person. But it's, to me, it's not because I'm fucked. It's just because, you know, it is what it is. But it usually be when somebody say some shit like that in a way that you wasn't expecting them to say it, and you be like, oh my gosh, what they told me is fucked up, but how you said that shit is too hilarious. Or sometimes they might say it the right, like in a way that is correct or whatever, but you may put a visual picture in your mind that's a funny version of how what they describe, and it be fucked up. But it be extra funny. Like some of the shit I just laughed to myself on usually was at the detriment of somebody else. My mama told me when I was little, she said I was like 3, and she was coming down the stairs and there was ice on the stairs, and she said she was helping me get downstairs. I got to she got me to the bottom, and then she slipped and bust her ass. She said I laughed like, she said I did a hardy, like that long, like I stopped breathing, laugh like ha ha ha, and you just trying to catch your breath. She said she had never seen me laugh that hard ever, and that's when she knew um, I was gonna be fucked up growing up. I'm kind of homeless. Okay, so this was L. Bitty's whole statement. She said, to answer your question, although I believe there are some people who don't change life trajectory until after they recognize how their actions have negatively affected people, I do not believe that there is a specific thing that makes people decide to live more in a centered way. I also do not believe, some people just like that too. Like, have you ever met just a genuinely good person? I'd have met like 3 or 4 genuine, like, good to their heart people, and it's something I felt. Like, it was something I felt. And my son, one of them people, and my wife actually too. Me and my daughter, we fucked up, and me and my daughter and her mama, we are very, very horrific people in this world. But my son, mom, my wife, and my son, and my son, mom is my wife, and then Brisk, one of the damn like good-heartedest people in the world. Anytime he done did something fucked up, whenever he tell you a story, it's never been just off some selfish shit. Like, it's always something. And then I got another homeboy, his name Dunny. Best people. And it's like God put them people in my life. It's some more people too. And I be like, wow, I'm fucked up. But he always bring that. And some of the shit they done did, it was always out of necessity for the situation. They ain't never told me no story where they was like, man, fuck that shit, I'm gonna do this. It's always been and I got hella stories where I was just like, yeah, I just want to do this shit, I'm gonna do it. So it took me seeing people like go through it for real, face to face. No Super play more kung fu music movie, but that was it was a video kept playing. Yeah, how you kind of homeless, you shouldn't have said that ish. Yeah, and then they was crying too, and that's what really did. Especially if they really meant it. Cause if they was playing, it wouldn't have been funny. That's where the fucked up shit part come to me. When is when people be dead serious about anything. You know what's really funny to me? My wife will come in here and she'd be like, "Oh, look at you following your dreams," and that shit make me laugh. Cause it's funny to me when people follow their dreams. Like, if somebody tell me they dream and they really proud of it, for some reason, me and my cousin too, we will laugh. It be just funny when people follow their dreams. So when she say it to me, she really be meaning it. Oh, that's so sweet. You follow your dreams. I'm proud. I'll be like, it's just funny when people follow their dreams. Because that means that in their head, and they hear this, they'll wake up that morning and they'll be like, man, I really want to do this, and I think I'm gonna be good at it, and I'm gonna put all my best into it, and they be like Butters from South Park to me, like when people try their best and stuff, and it's just funny to me, even if it's me. It's like the RDC Quiet Play short where they trying to hide and Mark shits is Leland, and Leland fool ass shits him back, making them both laugh, and they get themselves yeah. Hey, don't RDC does that skit where he was at the Young Boy concert, and dude, the other security guard came out and he closed the door on dude and he was shaking and he heard dude get shot. That is my favorite scene because it was so real. It was so he be making them faces. Them situations where they be doing that and the person who be this, I think this is my favorite one they did. Hold on. RDC person who can't really fight. Let's see, is this it right here? Ain't nothing better than okay. When you do a description. Dang. Maybe it'll come up in this one because this is a good one too.
What's up, old ass nigga? Come on, old ass nigga. I'm finna D1 this nigga the fuck up. I swear to God, what's up?
Pause the camera right there. Rewind the video. Are those high top black forces? This nigga is crazy. You fucked up. Niggas do not wear high top forces anymore. So besides the fact that this nigga was just hitting himself, which is already a clear sign of craziness, his appearance is outdated. Most niggas with outdated appearances tend to fight harder with a win-loss ratio of 10-1.
Me and my homie, we used to talk about that a long time ago. Like by the time 2017 came out, if you seen somebody in some Evisu jeans or platinum FUBU, anytime after 2005, they will whoop your ass. They have nothing to live for. Anybody wearing any shit that was popular 7 years plus ago will whoop your ass. The accuracy of this.
I repeat, do not fight a nigga with an outdated appearance. Please move the camera up. I knew it. His hair has not been cut, and he clearly does not care. This nigga has nothing to lose. Avoid these type of niggas at all costs because a nigga with nothing to lose is the worst kind of nigga. Let's take another look at his clothing. That is LRG. You've pretty much lost this fight. Niggas with LRG, South Pole, Echo, etc. will literally fight harder in any setting.
Come on, old ass nigga. You know what? Get you one. Get you one. Come on. I like that shit. Come on.
Did he just laugh at a punch from you? This fight is over. Anytime a person claps during a fight or tells you to get you one, it's safe to assume that the nigga is crazy. He's gonna be extremely hard to knock out during the fight. One last word of advice, don't fall. He probably will not stop stomping you. That's another 3 signs tutorial. See you next time.
And that they be coming with all super factual stuff. It was the one I was hoping that was go show, like, suggest the other videos afterwards of the one where the dude be RDC the one that the dude that be faking like he can fight but he can't fight, and he be doing all that yelling and shit, and then he'll punk somebody he can't fight that he know can't fight. But I don't know what the name of it is, and they got too many damn fight videos. This that one right here though had me rolling, and then of course the Drake ones, and they were so quick too with them Drake ones. Yeah, man, them some talented brothers right there. That's a talented dude right there. The new one with AIs, yes, it is very messed up, and that's what's so sad. The AI one, that's what's gonna happen. It's crazy they really pushing this AI stuff like that, cause that's all that's gonna happen. We already can't believe the stuff we see already, and it's just gonna get worse and worse and worse. I only do that because I can see that he's a terrible person, Let's see. Yep. Anytime I told someone go ahead get you one, it was indeed followed by laughter and severe. Yeah. And as y'all know, I'm not no fighter. On no levels. I'm a definite weapon grabber if I ever get into there by the grace of the sweet Lord. Just never. The only time I've been in fights is with homeboys, and them don't really be real fights and shit. But as far as like real, like by the grace of God, because it was one time I got close. I'm gonna tell y'all this, then I'm gonna get the fuck off here. Now I done got caught at a girl's house by they dude twice. 3 times actually. 3 times. The first time they didn't do shit for whatever reason. And actually it was my homeboy. And all our other homeboys were there, and he didn't want to act like he gave a fuck about her, but we knew he did. But that didn't end in nothing and shit. He tried to play it off and shit. The second time was the time I think I told y'all I tried to sneak out the window, and the window went open and shit, and they kept beating at the door, and I just acted as dark skinned as I could and walked out and looked at both of them niggas and did like this, and I guess they was scared because them niggas, they was 2 against just me. One of them was fat though, and that was back when I was real buff and shit, so I guess they was scared. And that time. But the time I was go get my ass whooped, I was at this girl apartment and we had just came out, and that nigga pulled up so fast like he knew we was in that bitch. And I wasn't even there trying to smash this time. That motherfucker pulled up skirt on a bike. That was number 1. I had a brand new car at that time. That motherfucker pulled up on his bike, number 1. I knew he had just got out the pen already, but I had never met him. Pulled up on the bike. Second, he was skinny, but he was like mid skin. He was skinny, but his hair had real tight naps, like real, like he didn't use a brush. But his like skin tone and body makeup didn't seem like he should have that type of hair type. Like Mark said, no lineup, no nothing, just BDBs everywhere. That was number 2. And like I said, he was skinny, but you could see the veins, but not like junky veins. He was like out the pen strong, but still skinny. He was just a skinny person, but he had muscles, but he was real. I can't explain it. His clothes, I think he had on a, let me make sure I ain't lying to y'all. He had on, I want to say, I don't know if y'all know about this store called JW. They used to be in, if y'all ain't from Little Rock, I think JW was everywhere, but they used to sell these like suits. Anyway, the jeans he had on was either JW or they were some Wranglers, and then he had on a shirt that was too big for him, and it was like a polo style shirt that I know somebody gave him because he hadn't got no clothes out the pen yet. He pulls up on the bike, skirt, and I always got to give respect to this person. Always. He got out, ran up on her, and grabbed her by the arm. He was like, "What the fuck you doing out here with this nigga?" Da, 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 da. Now, since he was skinny, all this shit, and me and her was, what was we? I don't know what it was, but he came up on her and grabbed her arm. I was like, "Hey, dog, you ain't even got to grab her like that." He turned around and looked me dead in my eye. Never let her go. He was like, "Look, dog, this ain't got nothing to do with you. This is between me and her." And I'm gonna tell y'all what his face looked like. It's not gonna make sense. It just looked like the penitentiary. I can't, like the movie Penitentiary. Y'all remember that? I seen it in his face, the way he looked at me. And so I went and got at the car, and I didn't leave because he was still out here like that, like shaking her. He ain't swing or nothing, but I stayed in the car just in case I had to call 911. And I called my cousin. I was like, "Nigga, I got caught over here." And what was that girl name? I see her face. She ended up being crazy. Like, she went like cuckoo crazy for real too later. Not from no ass whooping or nothing. She just, Anyway, I was like, yeah, I'm at, what's her name? Indian way. I'm at, what's her name house? And her nigga just pulled up on a bike. He was like, that nigga go whoop your ass. I was like, he didn't do nothing. He just told me to get the fuck out. I tried to stop it. But he was like, so what you gonna do? I was like, I'm gonna stay here and shit. Just in case he start beating her ass so I can call the proper authorities. But they went upstairs in the apartment. But he matched everything in that shit. How old was we? We was like 19, 20 when that happened. And I seen the penitentiary in that nigga eyes. If I could have like got close and slammed him or something, maybe I might have had it. But I knew he had penitentiary hands. And I was not strapped or anything around that time in my life. And there was no weapons or nothing. We was in the parking lot. We was off 65th. So we was in the hood. I just had to, call it a day. Yeah. Cause he would have whooped my ass. Like, I know he would have whooped my ass. You gotta be able to. And he was a little shorter than me too. But the way he looked at me like he was 6'8". And crazy. And also, this a rule for anybody. If you gonna be a side B nigga, especially somebody like me that was very insane going to the people's houses and shit. And this was before cell phones and shit, tracking, social media, nothing. So you was always gambling. You didn't know nobody where nobody really was. Never fight the dude if they catch y'all together because he love her. He will kill you for her. You never going to win. Ever. You always try to at least run. Like if it come down to it, run or you gotta kill them immediately because they will try to kill you. My cousin got caught at a girl's house. He was butt ass naked. They was in the bed sleep butt ass naked, which is a very big no. When you go be a side B, you can't spend a night over there. Are you crazy? He say he laying in the bed. He hears somebody at the window knocking on the door. Knocking on the window. Do. Open up the door. Oh, why you got the door locked? Why you got the top door locked? And she had put the whatchamacallit. So my cousin, he had his pistol and shit. Before he could get to the gun, dude just lifted up the window, jumped in, and stole on him. My cousin like, I'm fighting this nigga butt ass naked. I'm trying to get to my goddamn pistol, but I can't. And my cousin, he was cock diesel and shit. And he say dude was smaller than him, but he was like, dude, like it took a lot to beat his ass because dude was in love. He's like, man, I finally got this nigga on the ground, man. And motherfucking, he finally got up. He was like, he said the dude, like, face was all red and shit and kind of, I guess he was crying. I don't know. But he was like, man, why you over here in my motherfucking bitch house? Why you? And he kept yelling at her about why she liked the door and shit. And fucking, he got the gun by that point. And dude let him go or whatever. Well, she ain't had no point because he had beat him. But still, though, you don't fight them because they in love. And they will kill love. Love overcomes everything. If I ever write a book about being a side B, that's the number one rule. Always get the fuck out, look weak, whatever the fuck you gotta do, because they will kill you. He fought him butt naked, dick out. That's real. I would. What? Trying to imagine right now. Could I just fight a nigga dick out? I'm leaving. I'm just looking in the mirror, looking at me personally. I would have lifted up the window. Hold on, that nigga's ass naked. They in love. Cause motherfuckers sleep ass naked over somebody, that's love right there. No socks, no nothing. They in love. I would have looked. Damn, this nigga. Got clothes on. I mean, he ain't got no clothes on. They in love. I wouldn't even disturb them. I would have went, broke into another window, packed up all my shit. I was just evacuated. It's not butt naked. That means she ain't even care. She won't even worry about it if I accidentally come in on accident. Damn, that's fucked up. That's a sad story. All right, y'all. Anyway, I'm be on here every day and stuff. I'm gonna try to have a topic and not try to get into these spiels of just me ranting and shit. I'm gonna really try not to do it, but I can't make no promises. I really don't. But I appreciate y'all hanging around. I'm gonna have the chat working next time because I like seeing y'all stuff come up and then we can converse. Okay, we can converse. Now I told y'all, don't worry about the membership over here. Go to the Patreon. I'm still figuring that out. The Patreon, or if I do a membership over here, I'm planning on doing 5 lives a week at minimum. 2 go be just open on the channel, and then the other 3, or the other 3 go be in the membership, or it might be 3 on the channel, 2 in the membership. I don't know, but that's what it's gonna be like in there. And then there's gonna be a Discord as well. Now it's gonna take me probably about 2-3 months to set this shit up out of pure ADHD-ness, but it's gonna happen. All right. What's today? Is today Thursday or Friday? Let me see. Who the fuck was this? What? Why they put me in this group? Oh well. Hey, yeah, what's today? I forgot that's what I was supposed to do. It's Thursday, goddamn. I'm be on here tomorrow before the struggle stream. So catch me on here tomorrow. I think I'm gonna talk about I might have like true crime Fridays or something. Cause I wanna have different themes. So I wanna have like a politics day, a true crime story day, like local news, like how we talk about that woman got her ass beat by them children, and then like a Reddit romance type situation or a fucked up love story type situation, advice day or something like that. Then on the membership side, probably more attend the bullshit I just talked for 4 hours about the spirits and all that. That'll be in the membership, the awakenings and stuff, and talking about shit like this. Okay. All right. Well, you guys have a good night. Appreciate y'all. Yes, don't commit adultery. But wasn't none of us married though. We was just some hoes. We was all 19, 20 and shit. We was not breaking any covenants and shit. We was just being some whores. So yeah. But definitely don't mess with somebody that's married. Unless they got an open relationship. That's a story for another day. See you guys on the flip side. Peace out.